Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault. And you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
This is the next search on February 28, 2020, 7:44 p.m. How, does the FBI find people? The people is misspelled P-E-O-O-P-L-E. Did the defendant find out how the FBI finds people in this case? Oh, she found out.
Because he's the guy. What more do you need to see?
Alrighty. Welcome, good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Good morning. Welcome. Please come in, take your seats. Good to have you here. Thank you. Come on in. There's room for one, there's room for all. Krista, that Krista right there. I have to say congratulations, Krista. Today you won the internet. This is a repeat offense for you. This is not a first time offense. You knew what you were doing when you typed hi in chat, and you typed hi in chat before anyone else had typed hi in chat. This is a lot like breaking hearts or breaking spades. What is it? When you're playing spades and you break spades and you throw down the spade when everyone else has played a club. Yeah, you did that, but you did it in chat, and there's a penalty that goes along with that, and unfortunately we have to sentence you to internet ownership for the rest of at least this morning until we go live again. Congratulations, Krista. Obviously with those lightning bolts by your name, with that sharp S by your name, I'm sure you're capable of handling anything the internet has to throw at you, whether it be from Reddit or elsewhere. Good luck, Krista. You're going to do great. Thank you very much. All right, we have so much to happen. Look, we did not even make it 1 week into the new year when just mayhem broke out. Absolute mayhem. And I tell you this is I'm not joking. I'm not kidding. This comes to us out of let's see, where's my video here? This is from the Clark County Courthouse, courtesy of them. Thank you very much, Clark County. I want to show you what happened in this little tidbit. Let's see if we can get this to play here. Come on. You know you want to, and it of course doesn't. It's thinking. We'll have to get back to this. Basically, what we're seeing here is a video conference recording. We'll get this. We'll get it worked out here in just a second. Let me get this refreshed. This was insane. This was crazy. We've got a repeat felon, okay, who's being sentenced in court, and the judge is saying, "Look, we're going to give him a taste of some different medicine because obviously it's not working. He's back here again." And she's saying, "We're gonna send him to the slammer," and the dude treats the bench like a high bar, hurdles the thing, and attacks the judge. Let me get the video for you, just very briefly here. Just 1 second. Let me tell it to not switch like that. Okay. Is that playing? Nope. Does not want to play nicely. Okay, I've got to move it over to the other screen.
Send someone with more
we need someone with more experience. What we need is a professional is what we need. I realize sometimes that's asking a little much. It's a little much for some of us, but let's see. Let's refresh this. Let me get the feed pulled up just 1 second. Okay, make this go full screen.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
I do that a lot. I really do. I do that a lot. Hold on. We'll get this figured out. Where are we? We're on this one. Okay, let's see if this feed will work. Okay, so here we go. Let's take this right here. Are you guys seeing this? Okay, we've got Mr. Defendant here.
Get off her. Oh, man. You're good. Stop. Don't do this.
Please.
Hey, where's Mary Kate? Is she okay?
The judge is underneath the bench. She's crawled underneath the bench.
Hey.
Suddenly bailiffs appear. We only had the one in the courtroom. and then they set off the alarm. This is to let everyone else know that there's a security incident. The guy standing in front of the bench, that's the dude who hurdled the bar. That's his lawyer. I'm going to turn the sound off here just because that alarm just goes through. This happened yesterday in Nevada. Let me see if I can back this up just to show those of you that might have missed that, just to see, because it happened really quick, and I want to get the audio from the very beginning. So we'll turn that on again. So quiet.
I would have no issue with that, but to suspend it rather than just sending to prison for any length of time. I think it makes more sense given the circumstances and his ability to do probation.
His ability to do probation. Okay, we're gonna turn that off. Holy cow. We didn't make it a week before we had somebody just completely go off. This was yesterday in Nevada. The clerk hit the button under the bench. Let's see. Pauline, thank you. Yes, I got this clip from about 100 different people. Thank you. First of all, thank you to the Clark County Circuit Court for the access to the original clip. I appreciate that. Wow. Yeah. So apparently we need to be watching court in Nevada. That's where the action is. That's where everything's happening. But we're gonna get this off my screen because it's just nuts, absolutely nuts. This gentleman now, who was about to be sent back to the slammer for just a wee bit, just for a wee bit of time, just to cool off and think it over, is now going to appear in court again. I believe tomorrow, facing some new charges about assaulting or attacking a sitting official. And causing damage because one of the bailiffs was injured in this. The judge, I think, is okay. The judge is okay. She hit her head. She's being monitored. One of the bailiffs was hospitalized. It was absolutely crazy. Was not expecting that. Honestly, I thought all I was going to talk about this morning that was really pressing was we had a couple documents drop in the Maya case. Nothing big, nothing like an assault on a sitting judge in court yesterday. But what we had was this one right here. This is a letter from Judge Carroll to juror number 1. We saw the juror interview yesterday. I have to apologize for the little audio mistake I had on the feed, and required everyone to jump over to the other feed. That was an issue I had with StreamYard. Honestly, I'm just about ready to say, StreamYard, I'm not going to pay you $50 a month if you can't get the audio issue to work out the way it needs to, because it should. But anyway, I think I'm about done with StreamYard. That being said, I did repost the entire clip. Because we're Pool Media, we have access to the entire clip. And I reposted it in clean feed without my commentary over the top. So you get everything from when the cameras in the courtroom started recording all the way to the end. And you get it in 1080p HD, which was better than what we showed you yesterday. So I've reposted that. It's both on our main channel as well as on the Top Mark Media channel. As always, feel free to do with that what you will here. I'm saying that to members of the LawTube, the community that typically would use that. So that's where it is. And a huge shout out to Persephone for being our media representative in the court and making that connection so we could get that feed. I appreciate that. All right. And Persephone, honestly, went above and beyond. I had her run to the electronics store to pick up some stuff because we needed components to make everything work. She's going back and forth, working out things with the Pool Media, working out with the PIO. Did a fantastic job. I could not have hired somebody to do a better job, and she wanted to do it for free. I gave her a tip. But she was willing to do it for free. Amazing. Yes, Peter did use our feed. That's awesome. Peter is obviously welcome to use our feed. We've given him that permission in the past, sort of like a blanket permission. So that is wonderful. Let's see. TW says, Sarah Boone Letter Fund. We have a little bit of new stuff in the Sarah Boone trial, but nothing major. Unfortunately, all the information we do have is that Sarah Boone might be a little later, meaning it's not going to happen. Let's see. So weird StreamYard is so difficult for your setup. Do you have EDB's details? She has a close relationship with them. She might be able to help you get resolved. Grassfolk, it's sort of a combination. I think I can get in touch with Emily, but the issue I have is I run. Let me show you. I run a hardware-based live stream. So I have like physical hardware that does my encoding, does my switching. There are buttons to push. These devices are meant exactly to do just what they do and nothing else. So if I want my picture to turn off, I can push a button, or turn on, I push a button. It's all built into this hardware. So the output from this goes straight to the internet. Unfortunately, the output from this can't go straight to StreamYard. StreamYard says, no, you have to use a computer, so you have to bring it in as a webcam, and then we'll treat it as a webcam. And somewhere along that process, the audio does not like being embedded in an HDMI format, then converted to USB, and then input into StreamYard. And I've fought it since the day I got it. But so we'll see. We'll see if we can get this worked out. It might be something. I might just be the stupid man that can't figure it out, and somebody needs to point out the obvious, and then we'll get better. But we'll see. All right. You're too fancy for StreamYard. I will say that typically in a professional setting, hardware is preferred over software. StreamYard is software. But StreamYard does things very well that is very difficult to do with hardware. So they have their place. Honestly, if you're bringing in multiple people on a feed, just being able to have somebody join from a cell phone, from a laptop, from an iPad, StreamYard has that in spades. There's no easier way to bring someone to a live stream in an interview than StreamYard. Unfortunately, the audio is not what I'd like it to be. So, all right. I talked nerd right over your head. I apologize. I'm talking a little fast because I got some Mountain Dew this morning. I've been up since 1:30. I've been up since 1:30 this morning because my wife just flew out this morning, and I got up at 1:30 to drive her to RDU, to the airport with my two sons because they're headed out to college. She's going to drop him off and then fly back, so he doesn't get lost along the way. And we just want to make sure he gets to college and he goes. But she's gone with two of my kids, and I'm here with one of my other adult children and the three other kids. And so he's doing homeschool with the kids, and we're sort of tag teaming, and we're both being mom while she's gone. But I got up early. She was going to drive, but she doesn't like driving at night. And so I said, look, I can drive. All it takes is, 2 hours one way, 2 hours back. So I've been driving since about 2 o'clock till, just before 6 o'clock. And now we're here. So if I fall asleep on the stream, that's why. You're supposed to drink that when you have the flu. Yes, that's right. Mountain Dew is the green medicine for the flu. Let's see, Safe Travels. I think they're doing great. I should have stopped by for Mountain Dew. I stopped by at the airport. Oh my goodness. There's a little gas station right on the way into the airport in RDU in Raleigh. It was early, and I stopped at the airport lounge station, which is like a company sort of gas station, hotel, office. Yeah, they wanted like $8 for a little trial package of pistachios. And I think I paid like $4 each for my Mountain Dews. I'm like, this is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I should have gone to the next gas station and paid just normal prices. Now is when I need all the candy bars. Yes, Mountain Dew will rot your teeth. Ha, ha, ha. It will, but that's why we brush them. All right. It's a trial package. Ha, ha, ha. Like a trial. You get it? Like a trial. Anyway, I do like the RDU airport. I like the layout. It's a fun airport. I like that one. I also like Phoenix. The airport in Phoenix. Those are two of my favorite airports. Okay, the other thing we want to do today, is do a little court hopping. We are still waiting for some court cases to start that we want to follow. We're still taking suggestions for court cases that are coming up. Anna, I apologize. I'm sort of giddy and I'm a little shaky. Too much of this juice, because this was bottle number 2 of 3, because I wasn't sure. I'll tell you what was funny, Anna. Was driving back from the airport this morning, and this was a help to stay awake and stay focused. But I turned on the car. This is the first time I've ever had a car with Sirius radio. Okay, like the satellite radio, and so you have stations on there where you can just basically get the kind of music you want. And one of my favorite bands is Dave Matthews Band. Most of you probably don't know who that is, and that's all right. He's not for everybody. But he's got a very unique sound that he blends with sort of a jazz and blues and folk and rock, and it's the weirdest mix you can ever think of. But he's an incredible lyricist and an incredible vocalist as well. So I've got Dave Matthews Band turned up on the Sirius radio, cranked almost as loud as it will go in the car. So it's almost hurting my ears, and it's full time like car karaoke the entire 2 hours back. I was just singing to my heart's content, which reminds me, I probably have to sing Happy Birthday now. Yes. I think Emily does also like Dave Matthews. It's a good band. Man, they do a good job. I tell you, I've got some of the DVDs of some of their performances. I could watch them over and over. It's really cool. Now, I don't support everything that they sing about. I'm not a proponent of all the topics of their songs because, he's into some things that I'm not. But I really do enjoy the band. All right, and I did not film it, and I couldn't have posted it anywhere anyway, because I would have been he would give me a strike in a heartbeat. Okay, Jared Bredigan, murder for hire case in Jackson, Florida. I'm not sure if it will go to trial or there will be a plea before, but the wife was arrested for it. We'll have to see as it gets closer. Obviously, if there's going to be a plea, we probably won't cover it. If it goes to trial, that might be something we can do. That's the sort of thing we do like to follow. Abby, if you send me a reminder on this one, and what I could use, honestly, because I'm buried. I'm buried with text messages and I'm buried with emails. What I could use is if you send me a suggestion for a trial that you want to cover, if you have the time to do a little bit of homework to let me know the actual court it's in, like if it's 12th District Circuit Court in Florida or something like that, the judge's name, if there's a case number, things like that will help me do the research to find whether or not A, they allow media to cover it, or B, they'll allow us to cover it as media. And that helps me get my homework going on my end. So Emily goes to 10 shows a year. I wonder if she went to the one in, actually it was down in Sarasota right after, I think it was late summer last year. I wonder if she went down to that one. I did see part of Peter's second live stream of the day yesterday. I love what he does. I love his analysis. All right, I was going to show you this letter. Let me go back to this letter from the judge just so you can read and see what is happening here. This is a quick little letter. It's not anything big, but this was written on December 21st. It's about obviously the Kowalski via J. Hatch case. Via U.S. mail to juror number 1, the judge says, I suspect that you are aware there has been a request for a juror interview filed in this case and that I am allowing a limited interview of you. If you have not received the paperwork yet, you will receive it shortly, most likely from a process server. That means a summons, right? It's like a deputy or or a step down from a deputy. The juror interview will occur at the Silvertooth Judicial Center in downtown Sarasota. That was the same place the last hearing took place at, which is not the same courthouse as the trial. The hearing will be in courtroom 2A. That was still right, and that gives the address and the date and time. If you would like an escort into and out of the courthouse, please call the sheriff's control room and ask for Sergeant Ray White. There is no need to call him if you do not want an escort. If you do want the escort, please call him several days in advance, and the two of you can discuss where to park so you can meet and be escorted into the building. Signed by hand by Judge Carroll. I think that was a nice gesture. Because juror number 1 would have shown up without this letter at all. But having Judge Carroll say, look, you've probably heard, I'm going to go ahead with this. Hippo lover, welcome. We're still flying high on your husband's performance in court the other day. I did just upload the full live stream without my commentary, without my picture. So it's going to look like, it's going to look like this, without any words, without any text, and it's just the court audio, just the pool feed. So if you want to see that, it also has some courtroom video, but it's got about 17 and a half minutes of just people coming into court before the audio is turned on. So it's basically B-roll that usually news stations might use if they're cutting little pieces and telling a story about court. So it's got some video of the Kowalskis. It's got some video of people in court, the lawyers, the courtroom and all that. But I'm posting that. It's going to be both on this channel. I think it's actually live on this channel right now. Yep, it is. It's up on this channel already, and it's also going to be on my Top Mark channel. It's taking a long time to process on that side. So if you need that, it's available. But fantastic, and it's in 1080p, so you can really check out the details. The tattoo check was priceless. Hippo lover, did you give him a hard time? Did you give your husband a hard time about that? The worst question you can ever ask at a husband under oath. What day were you married? Was the question. Oh man, the judge did that, but it was interesting. Let's see. I don't know if Hippo Lover went to court or if she wants to reveal that if she did. So that I'll leave that up to her. Thank you, Hippo Lover, and I appreciate the kind words. I saw a thank you coming back from you and your husband to everyone who supported you guys, who was standing by you and there for you and encouraging you. And it's wonderful the community was able to rally around you guys, and I think now that we put that to bed, we can move on. And I think. Honestly, I realize that was not a pleasant thing for you and juror number one. But at the same time, I think it did help the verdict in make it more secure for the family. So I appreciate what you've done there, even though it was a difficult thing. Loved his Florida shirt. His whole getup was amazing. Let's see. Did he get the date right? You guys. Of course he got the date right. We can't question that. Let's see. Let's see. Can I please share you a music video I get royalties from? No, I can't do that, unfortunately. That would get me a strike. I don't do that. Did everyone see the attack on the judge by the defendant? Wow, never seen anything like that. Michael, we just showed that a little bit. That came to us from Clark County courts. That happened yesterday, and that same defendant is going to be back in court on the charges that he just picked up yesterday, and he should be back either today or tomorrow. I'm not sure. We'll have to look. I think let's see the defendant's name. If somebody wants to do a little research on this, I think his name is. Delone Redden, DELONE REDDEN. I believe that he is the one that's been named as the alleged attacker in that video. I say alleged because you can't really see what happens behind the bench. But it's been all over. It's been on Dutch News and BBC. Yeah, it's not a good look for the U.S. and for our court system. It really isn't. It's sad that it came to that, and I think if you go back and watch the full video, we're not going to do it. There's some commentary where he's basically speaking about why he should be on parole, and this might have been at a different hearing, but he's like, I try to do the best I can and everything, I'm trying to do what's right, and then boom, he flies over the bench. Brandy is following an active pew-pew situation. Oh man, you guys, can we just Let's just say January. Take January off and don't do stupid stuff to our neighbors and friends and our fellow citizens. Just for January. Then you can get back to the normal craziness. But let's take just 1 month and say let's call a truce on that. Let's not assault people at the grocery store because they took the bottle of Tide bleach or whatever that you wanted. Let's not jump over and attack judges on the bench because you don't like the fact that you have to pay a consequence for your crime. Just let's make January the no crazy month. Let's not have any news out of Florida, man, in January as well. Bailiff had one job to do. This happens so fast. And I think any law enforcement officer will tell you, there's some formulas they go into when they're training law enforcement officers about use of deadly force. And I'm surprised the bailiff did not use more force than what they did here. I'm surprised a taser wasn't deployed at a minimum. But once you've closed a certain distance between individuals, it becomes almost too close to react. That someone can cover that space so quickly that literally the judge had barely had time to turn and move, and you've already got the defendant up and over the bar with his arm out, wrapped around, grabbing her around the neck. I don't put it past the bailiffs. I do think that possibly, especially where we had this situation where the judge had concerns about prior problems with this individual, that they might have used restraints, but he seemed to be on parole, so he was not in custody. So I don't know, maybe. I don't know. I don't know what else they could have done differently. If he was on parole and he's able to, and he's showing up on his own recognizance, he walks into court because he's got a court date. He's doing what he should. There's no reason to believe that he's going to attack the judge. And up until that point, there was no indication that I saw that it would happen. He came on his own. He wasn't under police escort. Let's see. U.S. Marshal dislocated his shoulder and got bruised trying to get the defendant off the judge. Happened so fast that he was on top of the judge. Taser may have hit the judge instead. Yes, you can also tasers can be deployed point blank without firing a charge. They can have the same stun effect without firing the projectiles. Ask me how I know. I had a friend who was a deputy and liked to take the charge off the end and chase people around with it at parties. It was great. It was a wild party. It was a lot of fun. I watched that, and you could see him scoping the situation and preparing. Yeah, hindsight helps. I imagine that we're going to see more security. And you think of this, right? You think of this situation, and then you put yourself in the scenario that we have in Idaho with Brian Kohberger. Okay, you've got someone accused of doing something extremely violent. Okay, extremely violent, heinous. It's like, how could anyone do that? Okay, if you know or you suspect this individual is capable of that, what precautions would you take when you have them in court? Because he seems to be walking in unshackled, uncuffed, and to some extent unguarded or loosely guarded. Are judges around the country going to look at this video? Because I tell you, every single judge this morning is getting this in their email box, saying, be careful, take all your precautions, talk with the bailiffs, make sure you guys are being safe out there. Are they going to say, hey, I want another level of protection because I'm nervous this could happen very easily, or this could have happened to me? I mean, they look at their docket and they're like, yeah, I've got some ones on here I'm worried about. Oh, man. All right. But the taser charger will go to the ground, though anyone attached to the person tased, so you're still hitting a pile of people. You get everybody. But really, it's less than lethal, so it's okay, right? The judge gets a little zap. The defendant gets a little zap. Yeah. Yeah, crazy. All right. Judge Boyd is going to have bodyguards. Honestly, she should. She's got defendants right in front of her. Almost so close that they can't get a running start to hurdle the bench. Iowa school situation. Brandy's listening to police scanner currently. We'll keep an eye on that. Our hearts go out to, man, seriously, guys, why? Can we just have 1 month where we don't do stupid things to hurt people? Okay. All right. We are court hopping today, Dudley. We are. So we're getting started. Tasers can be lethal. I think I'm one of the people that a taser would be lethal for. Honestly, I think if I got hit with a taser, my heart would be like, "Yep, I'm done. That's all. That game's over. We're not going to play anymore. That was not fun." My Apple Watch knows that there's enough wrong with my little internal pacemaker that it's like, nope, we won't do that. We don't play that game. Robert McNamara, welcome to the gallery. Thank you very much for your support with that green courthouse. Appreciate that. Also, we just got a super chat in from Ruxby. Did you notice Altenburn's face when Anderson deferred to attorney Turf about the sanctions motion? Altenburn turned around and gave an angry, "Are you crazy?" look. Let me pull that up. Let me pull up the feed really quickly. Where are we at? Let me open it on this device. Okay. It's going to be the raw footage. Just 1 second. here. I do want to see this. So I'll try to scroll back and forth a little bit. This device doesn't allow me to do slow motion, but we'll try to jump to that area. It's going to be on camera 7. Okay. Oops. There we go. Okay, so here we are with camera 7. So it's Altenberg's face when Anderson deferred to Attorney Turf about the sanctions. Let me pull that up here just briefly. That's going to be right near the end. I need to go full screen so a blind guy like me can see it. Let's see. We're going to be, sorry for giving you guys whiplash here. Juror number one goes out, comes back in. Okay, this is after they're leaving. Let's back up just a tiny bit. Okay, it's going to be right in here. So let me hit play really quickly. This is from yesterday, guys. This is Mr. Anderson.
What Mr. Turf wants to do, but that's fine with us.
Well,
this one just seemed to be oriented towards this matter with this juror. And so
I want to invest my time in addressing the motions for
Let me
new
see if
trial
I can pause
and
do that.
JNOV.
And do him a little dirty pause there. So let's back up just a bit so we can freeze frame Mr. Altenberg. There he is. All right, so I'll move out of the way. I'm going to move up here. That's the look right here that he gave. I'm like, what? Ooh, that is a stale crusty. If I say so myself, that is a stale crusty. Apparently, so if we back up just a tiny bit, what was happening right then when this happened, Mr. Anderson is talking to the judge and saying, Judge, I realize we're done with the interview. Thank you. I'm glad we're done. I wish we wouldn't have had it, but we're finished, and now that's put to rest. Can we handle the sanctions request just related to juror number 1? Okay. Not all the larger sanctions about Shapiro's wife and the IJ and everything else. We're not gonna go into that. But can you just handle sanctions related to juror number 1, since we're putting that to bed? That way we can just close out this whole section. And the judge, if we back up here just a little bit, we'll listen just for a second here.
striking for sanctions dealing with the disclosure of the witnesses' home. Having spoken to new counsel, I'm deferring to them.
New counsel is juror 1. He defers to juror number 1's lawyer.
With that and nothing further.
Well, my recollection is where we left it is both sides wanted to see how the court was going to rule on these various motions for new trial before deciding whether you wanted to schedule hearing time to address the sanction motions or not. That was where I thought we had left it.
You're absolutely correct, Your Honor. This was a separate one recently filed, and if the court wants to put them in that category, that's, depending on...
He's saying juror number 1's here,
Mr.
Turf's here. Why don't we handle the sanctions right now?
Well,
this one just seemed to be oriented towards this matter with this juror. And so
I want to invest my time in
Mr. Shapiro
addressing the motions for new trial and JNOV and those motions, because one way or the other, I want to have an answer for the parties, whether we're doing a new trial or if we are entering a judgment, whatever it turns out to be.
The Sea of Baldwin
is
looking great.
You want the answer, and I want to give you that answer as soon as I possibly can.
Okay, so that's what we have there. But Mr. Altenberg's face when he turned around, Mr. Shapiro whispered something to him, and I could probably figure out what it was, but honestly, we're not supposed to hear that, so I'm not going to try to figure out what he whispered to Mr. Altenberg. It just so happens to be that Mr. Shapiro's mic was on, that the microphone at the table was on when he whispered to Mr. Altenberg. Typically, we don't get to hear communications between counsel and deliberations and things like that. So we won't tear into that one. Yes, Bone Arrow, we started off with that video. Absolutely crazy video out of Las Vegas. I was surprised to see Altenberg arguing. I was surprised to see Mr. Altenberg question the juror number one's believability. To say, yeah, he said all the right things. It just comes down to, do you believe him or not? And we don't. Like, seriously? You're going to go there? Oh, my goodness. Let's see. Quality RN daughter, sorry, we haven't got a name, has a birthday today. Happiest birthday to everyone celebrating. We do have to sing. I realize it's late, but I'm willing to do it if you guys are. Is everybody, by show of hands, is everyone willing to sing? Is there anyone else that we have to sing to this morning before we begin our actual court hopping? Oh, man, this breaks my heart, Luca. This is... Yeah, it's terrible. Let's see. So we have, we've got Quality RN's daughter. If we can have a name for that one, we'll sing to that. Hello, Marmite. Welcome. Good to have you here. Credibility is their only argument at this point. Well, that's closed. The judges, you have to assume that without any evidence otherwise, zero evidence to the contrary, that someone who is sworn under oath to tell the truth is telling the truth. This is not like the jurors who have can weigh in evidence and disregard it and say, no, we don't believe that guy. Just don't get a good vibe. They can do that, right? But the judge, when somebody swears to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, unless they're proven otherwise, unless they're proven incredible or that they are unbelievable, the judge will accept that on face value as somebody telling the truth under oath because that's what they've said. The judge wants to get the case totally closed out before he starts on the sanctions. Yeah, there's going to be a big bundle of sanctions in my book. And I think I want to be there for that one. We might go down again for that. That video is still playing on your laptop loop. It's still going. Yes, if you want that video, if you guys want to see, there's a lot that happened before trial. Just people filing in and some of the action. There's no audio in the before, so the first 17 minutes and 26 seconds are silent, and there's a lot that happened after trial when the judge got up, where you just see people in the courtroom filing around. You see, Jack and Mr. Anderson smile and nod at juror number one as he left the courtroom, and he's had credibility in front of juror number one. Yes. And juror number one, like a boss, is sitting there right in front of him, says, no, I'm not leaving. I want to watch this right here. I'm going to sit right here in front of you guys. It was amazing. All right. Can we make merch that says incredible witness? Let's see. Maybe this time you want to be in the court, not the press room, so you can catch their facial expressions. I was in the court last time for the hearing, not for this one. We had Persephone in there for us this time. Daughter's name is Jayla. We're going to sing to Jayla. Does everyone want to join me and sing to Jayla this morning? Would that be wonderful? I don't know how old Jayla is, but it's Jayla's birthday today. It's Quality RN's daughter, and we're gonna give her a quick song. Brandy Churchwell, sing to her, please. Brandy's birthday was last year. We'll include Brandy because that was while I was on vacation. So it's a very belated birthday for Brandy. But we'll do Jayla and Brandy. Is that all right? So we'll do Jayla and Brandy. All right, warm up. Everyone stand up. Deep breaths, shoulders back. Make sure you project to the back of the room, all right? Make sure you blend your voices as well. Everyone, warm up. La, 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 la. Sounds great. Hearts, everybody. Blend with your neighbor. Here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Jayla and Brandy. Happy birthday to you. I definitely am feeling the effects of having sung car karaoke for 2 hours this morning to Dave Matthews Band, because I'll tell you, I hit some of the high notes this morning. I hit them like you would not expect me to hit them. It was a lot of fun. But happy birthday, Jayla and Brandy. You guys are fantastic. We do sound good. We sound really good, and it's because of you. You guys blend so well. We're going to turn down the birthday song that never ends for some reason. We'll go back to there as well. All right. Happy birthday to all those that are celebrating today. If we missed you, I apologize. Know that we wish you a very, very happy birthday. There are many places you can celebrate your birthday, but being here with us, that is, I think, the best. And it's the best for us because we get to celebrate your special day with you. So thank you very much. Hope you have a wonderful day and free pancakes at Denny's. Back row has been practicing, says Dusty Den. You guys sound so good. One day I'm going to ask everyone to record themselves and send them in, and I'll do one of those, we'll re-edit everything and put it all together. So we'll have all the voices. We'll do like a full choir, and then we'll have like 1 million different videos, like all the little boxes. It's like one of those Zoom choirs, right? I'll tell you, they're a nightmare to put together. But if we all sing to the same recording, which is the same speed, we can copy and paste and drop everything in there. It will probably make my computer blow up and smoke will billow out the sides. But we can make a birthday song, which would be a lot of fun. All right, you can do that in Logic Pro X. I use Final Cut Pro, but Logic Pro X might be better for that particular use. I haven't used it for that. All right, until I get the Marilyn Monroe version of Happy Birthday, I remain unsatisfied. Happy birthday to you. No, I can't do that. I've done it one time. I'm not going to do it again. It was bad. It was lay bad cinema. Let's see. They all met up for a meal after court. They did. The jurors and alternates met up for a meal after court. Okay. Happy birthday, Mr. President. Kesha, good morning. Welcome. Good to have you here. People hearing me sing is against the Geneva Conventions. It's a crime against society as a whole, apparently. You got one verse. It's a mini win. Yeah. All right. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to get ready. There was some court yesterday that I was going to watch some civil stuff, but let's see if we have anybody who's active now. Man, my eyes are just not what they used to be. Or maybe I just need a bigger screen or have it closer to me. I have seen the list. I've seen a lot of lists. Let's put it that way, Angela. It's not something I'm going to go into, honestly, because I don't have the facts, and the allegations that are associated with that list are salacious enough that I could very quickly get into trouble if I just start throwing out names and including them in happenings. That is dangerous ground from a legal standpoint. I realize that there are court records and things like that, but just because someone's name was on a Rolodex doesn't mean they were involved or weren't involved. I mean, it doesn't prove it either way. And because I don't have enough inside information myself to make a call on that, I'm going to be very careful around that. But I encourage you to read it and come to a conclusion yourself. We probably just won't have it on this channel because that's a very difficult. It's a difficult situation to manage from a legal perspective. Let's see. Yeah, we're not covering that. That's terrible. Let's see. I have a voice for frightening off unwanted wildlife. I've read through many of the lists and looked at names, and I'll tell you there are very few names that I recognize. Obviously, there are some very notable names on there, but very few other names that I recognize. I just don't know who famous people are. I don't know many famous people. So the list doesn't do much for me.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
We're going to break for lunch in a little bit. I heard that. It was very quiet, but it came in. By a little bit, I mean probably 2 hours. All right, let's... covering the live school shooting. There's a lot happening on that school shooting. I'm going to keep monitoring, but I'm not going to cover that live right now. Hang on one second. All right, let's see who is live that we can join today. Not sure if we're going to have any Pearl boards or not. I'm struggling with my with my text to speech today. Apparently, I'm tired. So there we go. We've got that one. We've watched that one already. This video is everywhere. That's the only thing that's up right now. Okay, we have a couple courtrooms. There's some allegations that the guy who jumped the bench yesterday in Las Vegas was mentally ill. Not sure if that's been found in court or if there's just suspicion that way. All right. Speech to text is what I said. All right, what I meant. A Camper for Life says I'm behind. I just saw the first video. Oh, it's a doozy. What a way to kick off the year, right? Welcome to court. We have the high hurdle in the courtroom attacking a judge. Okay. Hold tight here. It's not wanting to do what I want it to do, so we're going to try the other device. So Brandy's covering that shooting. Looks like Peter Tragos is going to talk about that defendant attacking the judge this morning as well in a little while. We have Kenneth King's personal courtroom. I don't like his audio, though. I see Kurt, the lawyer, the uncivil law lawyer, you know. Kurt, with his Mickey Mouse Loses Copyright stream, that seems to be up now finally. So it looks like hopefully that came back. YouTube got that sorted out. Let's see, Cedric Simpson. Judge Simpson's live? Hang on. Oh, he doesn't want us to record that. Why does Judge Simpson not want us to record it? I thought he was cool with that before. Okay. Rob just posted something 47 minutes ago. If you guys have a favorite court that is live and we want to check and see if we can jump in and do some court hopping there today, let me know. All right. Okay. I'm getting distracted. All right. I haven't watched Simpson in a long time. Yeah, he's now gone and said we can't use his feed. Like nobody can use his feed. And I realize people do, and we're not calling people out for that. But because of what we want to do in the future, and what we're doing right now, getting courtroom access as media, I have to follow the rules as if I'm in every state and follow the rules, just so that when the time comes for me to get access from a specific court, I can do that. Let's see. They made an arrest in the San Antonio teenagers case. Oh, that was a tragic one. That was the couple that were found dead in their car, shot in their car, and then the girl was pregnant, I believe. There was a presser last night, the video of them getting taken to jail. Thank you, Breezy. I appreciate that. You said it twice. I caught it the first time, but we got that. We'll be watching that one to see if that goes to trial. I like the new thumbnail for the juror interview. Thank you, Ashley. Will we ever watch an archive trial again? If so, Kelly Cochran would be a good potential trial to watch. Wild case with twists and turns. Archive trials are difficult. It's easier to get access to new trials. Rob dropped his intro of Friday Night Fights Frenzy with, it's going to be Fights. I'm going to petition that he changes the name to Friday Night Fights. Friday Night Frenzy of dad jokes. I heard some of his dad jokes. One of you, or one of his viewers gave him a book full of dad jokes, and they're all great. They're all wonderful. Let's see. Yes, I'd love to know if those two are going to go before Judge Boyd because it's in Bexar County. Wow. Whoa. If that San Antonio case goes before Judge Boyd, would that be amazing? Oh my goodness, I would watch that in a heartbeat. Watch Judge Boyd put people in their place for something like that. All right. I'm always up for a soft sit video. Let's see what's happening up in Thurston. Oh, actually, Thurston hasn't started yet for the day. We'll take a quick look and see if Judge Stephanie Boyd is up. I think she would be very early if she is. She's not going live yet. It's still early, and it's sort of almost still the holidays. We can do a road trip to interesting trials as we visit some of the states. It's like a theme that way. Did a frog check this morning, Tisha. Thanks for asking. Mr. Frog has not been taken into custody yet. He's still out on the lam. And I'm not sure if they have any interest of catching him. I imagine if he falls into their lap, they'll catch him. But really, it's just a headache for the judge. Nobody's really going to be like, yeah, go get that guy. I want to drag him to court and fight 12 rounds with him, with his arguments. Amber says she's watching closely to see if they're going to be with Judge Boyd. That would be incredible. First of all, so if they just got arrested, there's going to be an arraignment probably within 24 hours, right? Because when you get arrested, you can't just be held in jail for forever. You have to be able to hear your charges and and go before a magistrate at least. And so the arraignment's going to happen. They're going to say, hey, here are the charges you're being held on, and either you do get a bond or you don't get a bond. I imagine if they're being charged with murder, if they do get a bond, it will be very high. Typically, the more serious the crime and the more serious your past, your record, the higher the bond would be. So I'm pretty sure the prosecutor is going to be asking for no bond on this one. So we're going to watch for them to have a bond hearing. Also, at that bond hearing, they're probably going to set a court date or a first appearance date. And then that sort of just starts the trial process. You're going to have a lawyer appointed in the arraignment if they need a lawyer. So they might have a public defender, or they might have their own lawyer that's assigned to the case. And this is the very beginning of a trial. And with it being a murder trial, we're talking about the San Antonio, the couple that were shot in their car, the couple and the unborn child that were killed. With it being a murder trial, there's if they waive their right to a speedy trial, and speedy trial is different from state to state, but if they waive their right to a speedy trial, it really could stretch out into years, a lot like Sarah Boone has, or what we anticipate Brian Kohberger would do with possibly next year being a court case. I realize in Brian Kohberger's case, the defense is saying we'd love for it to be this summer. We're ready, bring it on. Might not happen, but we'll watch that. So down in San Antonio, we'll have the arraignment. We'll find out a little bit if they get a public defender. That's always insightful. And then if they don't waive their right to a speedy trial, this could be, even though it's a murder trial, it could be 60, 90 days out, and they'll be in court. So we might hear about that before summer. Okay. The wife and mother in me thinks you should go to bed before you crash. Do you really need to be here right now? I'm concerned for your well-being. Hope always. Let me put your mind at ease. I suggested the option of me driving my wife to the airport yesterday as soon as I stopped the live stream. And when she thought it over, she said that would actually help her out because she's really worried about driving at night, especially to the airport and then traveling all day and then driving again. So I said, I'll drive. That'll be no problem, and I'll go and pick you up. It means next week I'll have to take time off during the day to go pick her up. So we'll have to take a time off on Tuesday. But we'll, it helps her out. And because I knew that was going to happen, I went to bed at 6 o'clock. I went to sleep, and I slept. I got 5 hours of sleep, and then when I got back, I slept for another hour and a half or so before we did the live stream. So we're good. I'm all right. I'm still just a little jittery. So when I said I was up since 1:30, I was up since 1:30, but I got a little nap in the meantime. Can we check on the judge for Letitia's trial? He was great. Rodina, that's out of Colorado. He is a great judge. The one thing I liked about that trial for Letitia was we had a Zoom feed and multiple camera feeds available at all times, which was something I'm a huge fan of. But since then, the only thing I've really seen out of Colorado that was of interest was the Elijah McClain trial with the police officers and the deputies, or the medics, and the Zoom that was provided from that court was not good. It was lay bad. So it was awful. All right. Let's see. There's no PTOs. There's no PTO, so you'll make it up on Saturday or Sunday. If I take a day off, I have to recover it somehow. Send a YouTube channel that posts sob sit videos to a burner phone 925 area code. Thank you, Dusty Den. Was that the gardener? Which one did you send? Let me check. Looks like Judge Stephanie Boyd just went live right now, so let's jump in with her. Hold tight. She just barely turned on her camera. Judge Stephanie Boyd. Oh, now it works. Okay, here we go. We're going to cut to that. Let's see if she's in a good mood this morning. She might be talking about news things that happened in San Antonio, so we might get some information from her this morning. I see a burgundy purse back there.
Oh, thank you, Vashawn.
Well, she's getting started, and we listened to some of the pre-court audio, the hot mic situation. I'm going to do some digging into the situation Brandy's following as well, seeing if there's something I could bring that would be more insightful through some of the access that I have. But I'll be quiet here for a little bit as we let Judge Boyd sort of get her day started, and she starts calling roll and getting things in order here.
Norma, John Young is going to be here for Karen Munoz. Can you have them make sure they pull the file from the back? Yeah, her SID number is 0806015. The deputies have ordered her.
You can repeat that again?
0806015. All right, everyone, we're going to call the docket at 9 o'clock. Oh, and it is now 9 o'clock. Happy Thursday. Is today Thursday?
It is.
It is. Yay. I don't want to give us back Wednesday because then we'll have an extra day. But we can always show up for court on Saturday. Who's up for showing up for court on Saturday? Thank you. Normally we have one attorney who's willing to do it. So.
Oh, I'm not an attorney.
All right, I'm going to call the docket. When I call the docket, let me know you're here. If you do not let me know you're here, I'm going to assume you're not, and a warrant may be issued for your arrest. When your name is called, please stand. In custody, we have Chris Lynn, Adriana Harrison, Matthew Castro, Annette Idrago, Latasha Jenkins, Paul Perez, Karen Munoz, Joe Tamaz, Mary Shepard, Marlon Simeon, Christian Gomez, Cristobal Miranda.
I'm sorry, Judge. On the first page, you said Christopher Matthews.
No, Judge, he's on
He's got on bond.
Christopher.
Matthew Alec.
Did I say that?
Yes, ma'am.
I thought I said Cristobal Miranda. Where's Matthew Alec?
Page 21.
The first page. He's the third one down. The third and the
Matthew Alec. Matthew Castro. Matthew Castro.
Annette.
All right. Make sure.
She's in custody.
She's in custody?
Yes.
Okay. All right. On Matthew Castro, make sure he's on the first row. Justine Montemayor, custody. Philip Diller. Thank you. Aran Bawani, thank you. In custody, Roberto Andrade. Carly Green, thank you. Joseph Kruger. Joseph Kruger. Jose Gutierrez. Janelle Williams. Keith Hunt, custody. Richard Sosa, custody. John Collier, custody. Rogelia Bergen Savala, custody. We're going to figure out how to pronounce that. De Los Santos, custody. Cerna, custody. Crystal Moreno, thank you. Prudencio Rodriguez, custody. Arturo Campos, custody. Matthew Alec Castro. Matthew Alec Castro. Tomas Hernandez. John Lyles. Am I pronouncing that correctly? John Lyles. Okay, Macy Malone. If there's family members for Macy Malone, that case has been reset for February 8th at the request of the attorney. Ricardo Ramirez has been reset for January 9th. Marcelina Padilla, custody. Roberto Andrade, custody. Michael James Martinez. Roberto Andrade, custody. Virginia Cerna, custody. Raul Hinojosa, custody. Annette Idrago, custody. Jonathan Tamez, custody. Gary Former, custody. Juan Alet, custody. Armando Regalado, custody. Is there anyone who's present and your name was not called?
Just me, your judge. But,
what's your name?
I'm a recovery addict.
All right, stand up, please. What's your name?
Oh, sorry. I thought it was me.
Do you have a case number or SID number? 933. All right, just have a seat. We'll check. Anyone else? All right, these are the rules of the court. Attorneys, we have a lot of inmates who are coming out. So once you request your inmate, do not leave the courtroom because for security reasons, we can only have a limited number of inmates brought out. To my left is the court reporter. And I forgot yesterday, but here's a reminder. She is an important part of the legal system. So what does that mean? She takes down everything that everyone is saying. And if you can imagine, her job is very hard because everybody, sometimes we're whispering, which do not whisper. It's the new year. We're not going to whisper. Sometimes we speak extremely fast as though she should be able to take down 500 words per minute. She can, but let's not do that to her. It's the new year. Let's be kinder to each other. And the way to be kinder is to speak loudly and clearly so she doesn't have to strain to hear everyone. With regards to whether deputies are standing, I've already told everybody we're going to have a lot of inmates today. Do not block that area. Do not stand in front of the prosecutor's desk in that area. To my right, family violence. To my left, criminal trial division. Just grab your file, put it on the desk. People are acting as though COVID never happened or pneumonia and flu are not happening. They're still out there. I've received several calls from attorneys who are, I can't come in today. I have COVID. Anna's up to date on everything that's happening. Thank you, Anna. So to be kind to people who may have young children who don't want to bring public germs back to their children, just place your file on their desk, have a seat. They're going to call you in the order of appearance. Do not approach the court coordinator or the clerk when we're on the record because it makes it hard for everybody to hear. And guess what? Everybody in here who has a case on their docket, their case is the most important case to them, and they want 100% on focus on them when they're in front of the bench. How do you know we're on the record? Because I call the style of the case, State of Texas versus. So when you hear that, do not approach the clerk or the coordinator. Do not approach the coordinator for a reset or continuance. I'm the only person who can give that to you. Once you've conferred with the state, once you've conferred with your client, and if your client is an inmate, yes, they need to be brought out. Once you've done that, just approach the clerk and ask them to pull your file. They'll put your file here. I'll take you in the order of appearance. If your client wishes to speak in a language other than English, yes, we need the interpreter. Let the clerk know that you need an interpreter brought down. An interpreter will be coming. Once that interpreter is requested, please do not leave the courtroom because we have a limited number of interpreters. All right, the last and final, well, 2 more rules. Probation. Do not approach the court if you have somebody who's on probation and you have not conferred with probation. Probation is a very important part of the legal system, and who knows, they may want your client continued on probation, whereas the state may want them terminated or may want them sentenced to prison. Talk to probation. Do not speak behind the court reporter when we're on the record. All right, so today is Thursday, or as I like to call it, Friday Eve. We are one day closer to this being our last work week. So everyone, please confer, be kind to each other, and put a smile on your face because tomorrow's Friday. All right, everyone, confer.
Just checking with the this Perry High School issue up in Iowa.
Yes.
Today was the first day they were back in school. The 4th.
All right, everyone. Side note. Ask the coordinator for files and ask the coordinator for an interpreter. Thank you.
Okay, while that's going on, looks like Josh Funk from the Associated Press reached out to the Perry High School.
We have a new Festivus rule at the request of the deputies. Defense attorneys are going to be on this side because it's easier for them with their clients, and prosecutors, you'll be on that side. And we should be having a Festivus upcoming.
Anyway, Josh Funk from the Associated Press has reached out to the school on the school's Facebook page saying, I'm a reporter with the Associated Press. We're following up on reports this morning there may have been a shooting at Perry High School. We'll be trying to connect with parents and students about what happened at the school as we try to get more information from officials. Please reach out to me if you can talk, or if you have any photos or videos from the school you might be willing to share with AP. Wow. That's the latest post, but he's posted on a couple of the latest posts. He's posted that, which is an interesting way of getting people to try to share stuff. But that's really sad. Especially, I mean, Perry High School, it has 2,300 followers.
On this, I need to see the file
on Facebook. It's tiny.
All right, thank you.
For a high school. News Nation's en route to the high school.
Do you need the?
Yeah, it was like, hey, shooting, send me photos and videos. Yeah, I want to talk to students who are there. I am listening to the police audio right now of that. I've got that in my ears. You guys want to hear that as well? Because I can bring that in. Give me just 1 second.
32 from 24 on 1. Could you and the DOT investigator walk over to the reunification point that's just south of us, and I can give you a phone call now?
Okay, so I'll keep monitoring this this audio feed to see if what's happening. It sounds I don't have any facts yet. I don't have anything firm as far as that. It's probably very early to get actual numbers and data.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's 175.
175.
I'm right to the sheriff's office. Someone's there to turn it over again.
Have you advised to go?
10:32.
Copy.
Was the first day back from winter's break today at that school.
Norman, is he in our quarter now? Well, we do service for everybody.
I was in our court.
Ms. Beasy, there was a school shooting up in Iowa.
Yes.
We've got the police scanner. I'm sort of monitoring that.
Okay, so
600.
I think I'm going to have to, because of what happened at my house, I can't find the book, The Inmate.
Released
So
from the
I'm going
hospital.
to reorder The
And right
Inmate,
back to Midland.
and I'm going to start reading it as soon as it
Copy,
comes in.
release and back to member at 911.
So I'm going to turn the audio
I'll be
off.
talking to the inmates. Can you go outside, sir? Please.
Don't be
Not for now.
talking.
We'll
Don't
bring
be
you back
talking
in
to
when
the
it's time for
inmates.
her.
Wait a minute. Excuse me. Who's the person who's talking to the inmate? Why are you talking to people in the box? They're inmates. That you're not allowed to speak to them. Why are you doing that? I mean, do you speak English? Do you speak English? All right. Why are you being silent? I'm asking you a question. Why are you talking to inmates? Why? Do you know them? What is your relationship? All right. So here's the rule. You are not allowed to talk to people who are in the box. They are inmates. We have security issues here. And when you talk to inmates, what ends up happening is deputies get on high alert. They're already on high alert. Do you understand? So you need to remove yourself from the front row and go on the back row and do not talk to inmates. You understand?
Judge, can I have him sit on this side?
Yes. You're on the right side. Yes, this side. Thank you.
Wow. No talking to your friends. Tiny Christie, you can find my email.
I'm going to read it over the weekend.
At MD
Well,
as
I
in
can't read it
metal
over the
detecting.
weekend. I'm going to see if they have it at the bookstore. The Inmate.
Let's see if we can put it in chat real quick.
I'll see if they have it at the bookstore.
MD Recovery Addict at gmail.com. MD is in metal detecting, not doctor, but MD Recovery Addict, all one word, at gmail.com. You can also find it on my About page on YouTube as well. There it is. Thank you, Amber. On my screen, it highlights this orange thing. It should not look like that on your screen. Yeah, she's not playing. She's talked about the security issue. She knows that the bailiffs are on high alert. All the bailiffs, all the judges, everybody who works in the court basically this morning has seen the video that we watched this morning of the attack in Nevada yesterday on the judge.
See the stipulations.
They're not going to be playing with security issues.
Yes. Thank you.
Matthew, after I get my my bar card, after I pass the bar, I think I'll just, while I'm there at school, I'll just also get a doctorate, if that's all right. Just in my spare time.
On that case that they're talking about, Norma, can you give her the case number? If you can print me out the probation report on that.
Where are we in the search for the logo? I have two logos. I believe, was it Angie? Angie sent me these. I don't recall if it was Angie or someone else. There are two logos I really like that she's put together. The only thing I'm not sure about is the colors. Let me see if I can share these with you. Just
and
briefly.
when was she sentenced?
I remember this case. This was Valerie Hetland's case.
All right, because whenever she was sentenced, she actually needs to go to the prison. There's no shock probation if you're just at the Bexar County Jail. Oh, she is? Okay.
Gave her 5 years. I remember this.
All right.
So I need to-
All right, I've got a lot of things. I'm trying to find the.
Not on the docket.
Okay.
If you cannot sit in the first row, refrain from the first row. Thank you. Anyone that just came in, please stand in line here so I can check you in. If not, a warrant will be issued. Is anybody here for family members? Okay, all family members, please sit on the side.
Okay, give me a second. I'm going to show you the images that we have.
Defendants, please sit on this side.
Let's see, what can I get rid of? That and that.
You got it right. And if I have other people, you'll be here. We'll get a look. Thank you.
If I could see, was a PSI done? If I can just see the PSI report. You can email it, whichever is easiest. Was she on probation? Okay. Okay, all right. Okay, I'll look and see. To the people here for family members or you're not on the docket, you are not allowed to talk to the inmates at all. If anybody is talking to an inmate, what will end up happening is you will be removed from the courtroom. We're going to take your name and you will not be allowed back in the courtroom. Does everyone understand? All right, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to show you. Well, the judge is going to keep
I'm
talking.
loving this weather, though.
We're going to show you the logos that I like, the two that I like. This is the first one. I'm just not sure about the color coordination. Do we want to do a light blue on with white? This is going to be a clear background, so this image could be on black. It could be on white.
Matthew Alec Castro.
It couldn't be on white because it has white in it. It would have to be on a darker color shirt.
Joseph Kruger.
Also, we have this one right here.
John Lyles.
And these would be Mrs. R.A.
Michael James Martinez.
Mrs. R.A., how was the...
Norma, for those people
how was the
here,
flight?
you can get their attorneys here.
How was the flight? I'm excited to get on a bigger plane. You must be in, I think, Chicago right now. Say hello to Law Talk with Mike while you're up there. Just a general shout. He'll probably hear you. Just that would be awesome. The first one, lots for the first one. I'm okay. Here's what I'm saying. I'm okay with doing both of them because these are going to be sort of printed on demand, so we can have both available. But I just wonder if there's a suggestion on the colors, because right now, if they're white like this, the white part would disappear into a shirt. So we'd have to either do a gray. Whatever color we have in the image itself, we can't have the shirt offered in that color. That's all it is. Does that make sense? I do graphics. I'll gladly touch up some things for you. The second one is good, but has overlapping lines I could help with. That would be great. I'd love it. We've had a lot of suggestions on. I like these two designs. What we're going for, Mr. Upper Torso, is a conservative type logo that would be courtroom friendly. Obviously, we can't have blatant logos and advertising. We're not trying to do that, but we would like something that if people go to court, they could wear, and then be able to pick out other members of the community by a shirt. It might be different colors, but it might have that same logo. Just a way to find a friend and meet up in real life in a courtroom. What a great place to meet. Hospice Jess says the logo should involve a pickle. I realize the channel has, we have the pickle logo that we have right here. That's a fun one. We're keeping that for the channel itself, but we want something that's professional and can just be like a subtle reminder. Okay.
Will you? Sit in the front row, starter's row.
Logo lapel pins. Some courts don't do the pins. I mean, I realize every expert witness and every single person who's a member of SLED wears a pin, a lapel pin. But some courts won't let you wear pins. It's rare. We can make it. We can make it available. You just have to be mindful that some courts wouldn't allow it.
All right, thank you. Okay.
Mrs. R.A. really wants more Ohio updates per her request earlier. Here's the updates. We have there's a school shooting. I'll turn the police scanner back on. There's a school shooting up in Iowa. It's in Perry County
Dallas 62 motorist.
It's in Dallas County, actually. Dallas County, Iowa. There's a high school up there that just came back from winter break, and there's a shooting.
B62, I have a motorist on Main and Iowa Connect blocking traffic. I'm going to help try to get him off the road.
Copy.
Creative B, I would love to have this in embroidered design. The cost of that might go up quite a bit. and maybe you could help me. I know you're an artistic person. Embroidery typically is slower to produce and more expensive, and usually you have to buy a minimum quantity. I don't know if there's embroideries out there that will do piecemeal orders.
Yes. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Brandy is covering that. I hate to send my wife to another channel to get information, but Brandy Churchwell is covering the shooting. That's her main story she's covering right now. Matthew Harris has never encountered a court that prohibits lapel pins. I think
23, go ahead.
in the
Could we get a hold of somebody at IC and just let them know that
Norma, on Kel.
children are now being moved from the elementary school? We're in the process of starting to move children to the reunification point.
Okay, so it's just starting to move people to where the parents are located.
Oh, this is directing 23 traffic. I'll relay.
Now, he said elementary school.
Thank you. 653 at 922.
I believe the elementary school was the holding place, not the place where the shooting took place. That's my understanding, that it took place at a high school instead. The Parkland case, the Parkland shooter case, I believe the judge in that one would not allow lapel pins or any pins whatsoever.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Upper Torso, okay, going to be in now as I work.
And let me see the
hopefully
following
update
Castro.
soon. Sounds good. Getting word that the suspect is no longer with us, that he vacated his earthly housing.
591 is back in service. Please keep Granger at center.
Copy, back in service. Keeping Granger at center.
We're in Iowa, IA. Dallas County, the city of Perry is where the shooting's happening. So that's where the police audio is. Once the judge starts her court case, he's going to turn the police scanner off, and we'll just focus on Judge Boyd. It sounds like the situation is done as far as the threat goes.
500.
Excuse me. The two people that just walked in.
503 and myself are heading back to Granger.
Defendants? You all need to sit on this side.
Okay, we haven't seen this before, but
How old is she? 16. All right, excuse me, the 16-year-old.
16-year-old?
Are you in school? Is school set today for 16-year-olds?
is she
All
true?
right, does she speak English or no? All right, are you supposed to be in school today? What school district are you in?
Oh, my goodness.
Judson?
Yeah, that's next week, Judge.
Okay. All right. Children should be in school. You can't miss a day. When we had a snow day, I was so disappointed that I couldn't go to school. I begged my mom to let me know. Mom was like, "You're not going to school today. School's closed." All right, you want to hear a funny thing? I had a client that I was representing once who went to Judson. And this is before GPS was a big thing, and I'm new here. So my private investigator is on the phone with me telling me how to get to Judson, right?
What year?
It had to have been early 90s.
Okay, because there's a difference. It's totally different now.
Yeah. Okay. So I go, and then he said, "Are you supposed to be going to the red campus or gray campus?" I said, "What do you mean red or gray campus?" I get to Judson. I'm sorry, Judson people. I know you love your football team and everything, but that school, it's high school. It shouldn't be the size of a college campus. Yeah. And then you know what I learned? I learned, maybe things have changed because I was fighting for it. When a child is failing, they just make them runners. They just sit outside the principal's office. And no, seriously, when I was there in the 90s, what ended up happening, somebody was failing a class and they said, well, they've already failed English. And you know what I said, well, why are they sitting out being a runner? Well, they've already failed. I'm like, well, surely they can pick up something.
They're a lost cause. We might as well just use them as a courier service.
That reminds me of the flute or whatever we used to play. Everybody had to play the flute.
The recorder.
Silence, please.
These bailiffs, you can see
No,
they're
it
on
wasn't
edge.
called a flute. It was called a recorder.
That's what I said, Judge.
You remember the recorders? Yeah. Everyone had to have one.
I've got one. My kids. You.
I might have to ask my mom, where is my recorder?
She broke it in half the first day she could, Your Honor. Like every other
Did
parent.
they do that in Texas as well? Everybody had to have a recorder?
Mm-hmm.
A recorder, like in school?
Yes.
Oh.
Do you even know what a recorder is? You're so young.
Like a tape cassette recorder?
Oh my gosh.
Oh.
Like the little C.
No, it's
like a little flute.
Musical instrument.
I was never musically inclined.
No, everyone was required
matter.
to have a recorder. You had no choice.
Mm-hmm.
I had to do like choir and things of that nature and sing. I tried the trumpet just for a little bit, but it came out horribly, and now it's more like sports and stuff like that. So in Louisiana, they had that.
Oh, everybody had to. And Diana just said she had a recorder, and her son had a recorder.
What part of Louisiana did you grow up?
Northern part.
Northern part by Shreveport.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Caddo Parish.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I had some good friends of mine from Monroe.
Oh.
Because I went to law school in Mississippi in Jackson.
Oh, okay.
MC Law, Mississippi College. So a lot of people, my friends, were from Louisiana, Alabama, Georgia, and some parts.
Wow.
A lot of Texas, but I would go to some of those LSU games there in Baton Rouge, and man, they're crazy about their politics. They are so crazy.
But it's a lot of fun.
It is so much fun. Yeah.
Being on the campus is fun.
Yeah, it's a beautiful campus LSU has. I didn't expect that.
Well, I will tell you, you know what is a beautiful campus here? It is it called Monte Vista or something? Vista College.
Okay.
Their campus is beautiful. I think it's called Vista.
Is it here?
Yes.
Oh, Northwest Vista, maybe.
Yes, Northwest Vista.
Oh, okay.
Their campus is beautiful.
Who's this North Face
So
guy?
I had to go there once. I ended up having to go to different colleges to speak.
Yeah.
And so I was trying to find it, and I found it, and I was like, wow, this campus is beautiful.
Yeah. It's a hidden gem out there, guys, by SeaWorld out
Yes.
there, right? Yeah, I know a lot of people go to that community college because it's like the preeminent, I guess, community college, and St. Phillips and all that they have as well. But I think
What's with
that's
the dude in
standard
the hoodie?
A lot of people want to go to.
Just walking around.
But it's nice.
He's not a lawyer, but he just walked up.
People
now
are
he's
saying,
sitting by
just
the
find the
defendants.
fountain, and they have this, I guess
Sitting
it's
by
a
the
man-made lake or whatever, and you have the huge fountain in the center. It's beautiful.
It's nicer than the St. Mary's Law campus.
Oh, gosh.
Here he comes
Well,
again.
St. Mary's, you never even, at least when I was going there,
Front row.
I never even noticed the surroundings. You're just trying to get to class and focus.
Yeah.
And you know, I didn't buy any books from St. Mary's because I was trying to keep
Yeah.
the bottom line low.
Oh, yeah. I would imagine you could buy a lot of them online or just used.
Oh, no. When I went, there were no buying of books online. You had to go to the bookstore, and books were expensive. So I didn't.
You just like study with people or like borrow their book.
No, what I would do
a little
is
brain
every teacher had a syllabus, and whatever case that what was coming up, I would go to the library, and I would end up reading like 300 and 400 pages because those cases are 300 and 400 pages long. But what the professor has you reading in a book is probably like a paragraph.
Yeah.
But it worked out better because I understood more.
You went through like the concurring opinions, dissenting, and all these different commentaries.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah. So,
You really went in depth, so that's good.
had to.
Yeah, and look at you now. It's all paying off.
Yeah.
He's sucking up. He's sucking up. And now she buys purses.
Yeah, Pickles should be in there. By sticking out.
I had a recorder when I was in school. And I would misplace it, and everyone's recorder
Everyone,
is exactly
we're
the same.
recessing at noon.
Noon, okay.
So if your attorney's not here, you probably want to call them because we're recessing at noon, and you will have to come back in the afternoon. Joseph Kruger, John Lyles.
He just arrived.
All right. Thank you.
Dilly Pickles, yes, it did. Thank you very much. I got that.
Michael Martinez.
I loved reading it. Appreciate that. It's a very well done publication, by the way.
Matthew Castro. That's coming back next week. I'm not doing a long reset.
Next week's
Let me ask you, is he available tomorrow, the attorney?
I can ask him.
Yes, email him and see if he's available tomorrow because this has been pending since October.
I've been a fan of Emily D. Baker since probably since Johnny Depp. Isn't that about? I think that right around that time is when I think I saw her first. Whenever it was right around there. It seemed like I've always known her.
Hi.
At least known of her.
Good morning. Happy New Year. So I have some questions for you about the Bexar County Jail.
Do you like it?
Yes.
How's the food?
So I received a text message from someone, and they showed me a sticky pad filled with roaches. So is the state of the Bexar County Jail in that much disrepair? They showed me ceiling tiles are down. Ah, okay. Okay. Mhm. And you're a magistrate, right?
Correct.
How's the magistrate area? Is there any leaks? No leaks? Okay.
It's cold.
Why do they have it cold? Oh my gosh. Okay. I'll let everybody know. Who's here on Annette and Drago? Come forward, please.
Happy New Year, Judge.
Happy New Year. We made it.
We made it.
Oh, and counsel, I'm sorry, you're all on this side now.
Okay.
The attacked judge, if you're
All
going
right,
to watch
this is
that,
for sentencing,
Peter
correct?
Tragos is going to talk about this in about half an hour. We showed the video earlier. Happened yesterday
All right,
in Las
who's the
Vegas.
prosecutor on Annette
Crazy.
Drago?
Yes, I do, guys.
Is this criminal trial division?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Jason, are you on this? Yes. Okay. Everyone, we're going to go on the record. So, counsel, if you can ask the deputies, they'll move you down there. You're welcome. And do not, as a reminder, do not approach the bench or the coordinator or the clerk when we're on the record. Court is calling 2023 CR 7274, State of Texas versus Annette Drago. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Jason Juror, Your Honor.
Defense.
Good morning, Your Honor. Daniel De La Garza for the defendant.
And are you Annette Drago?
Yes, ma'am.
You entered a plea of guilty on November 16th. According to the plea bargain agreement, punishment is to be assessed at 9 years in the prison. There's an affirmative finding of deadly weapon, and the state is silent on your application for deferred adjudication. Have both parties had a chance to review the PSI report? State?
I was reading something. What was she charged with?
We're reviewing it right now, but since we're silent, I'm fine with reviewing it and going on.
All right. Defense?
I have reviewed it, Your Honor, and showed the same to my client.
All right. Any objections to the PSI report? Defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right. All right. The state is silent. Defense, do you have any witnesses?
We don't have any witnesses, Your Honor. I would just like to point out that Missy Drogo's husband is in the courtroom.
Okay.
Her father is also in the courtroom. He's standing. She has a supportive family, that kind of stuff.
Okay.
That kind of stuff.
I don't think the testimony is necessary. I can argue it, and it's in the PSI.
Okay.
But we have no witnesses.
All right. Well, if you want to address with your client, because there's where it says guilt acknowledged, there's an X there, which I'm assuming guilt is acknowledged. But there is also an X that says guilt is minimized.
And I could ask you some questions, Judge.
Sure. Can you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can lower your hand if you'll state your name for the record, please.
Annette Garcia Hidrogo.
All right. Make sure you keep your voice up so that the court reporter can hear, all right? All right, defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. And you know you're here for sentencing today, right?
Yes.
And you pleaded guilty to aggravated assault with a deadly weapon,
Yes, sir.
right? Now, tell the judge at the time, and it's in the PSI, we talked about it, but tell the judge at the time that this was happening, what was going through your mind?
Self-defense, Your Honor. I
And-
was simply trying to defend myself. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fine. And then now, since I've become your lawyer, you've looked at the evidence and all that kind of stuff.
Yes.
Have you realized now, do you know whether it was self-defense or not?
Yes.
And you think that it was not, or do you think it was
I
self-defense?
believe in my heart it was self-defense.
Now, do you take responsibility for what happened, though,
I do know now that it's, in my mind and my heart, it's self-defense.
But you know now that it
But I
was.
know, yes, sir.
Tell the judge that it was
I
what?
do know now.
All right, so I'm sorry. If
Yeah,
you
I
all
don't need
can
to- yeah.
slow down and one at a time.
So tell the judge whether you think now this was self-defense or whether this was illegal.
I know now it is illegal, but at the time, it was self-defense.
All right, so then the
practice
the
that.
question is, do you take responsibility and do you acknowledge the guilt for the aggravated assault with a
Yes,
deadly
sir,
weapon
I do.
case? Hold on. Aggravated assault with a deadly weapon case. Do you acknowledge your guilt?
Yes, sir.
And what are you asking the judge to do today?
If I would please get probation. This is my first offense. I simply was scared for my life, trying to defend myself.
And tell the court, why should the judge put you on probation?
Like I said, I know now this would never happen again.
First off, right?
Right.
Do you have a criminal history?
No, sir, I don't.
Maybe a very limited one from Hidalgo County, like a harassment or something that's on the
none of
All
that.
right, everyone, one at a time. Okay.
He's like,
Go for it.
remember
Okay,
the one in
and-
the other county?
If you're granted probation, do you know that there's terms and conditions that come along with it?
Yes, sir, I do.
Are you going to follow all those terms and conditions?
I'm willing to comply all the way.
Are you going to use drugs while you're on probation?
No, sir, I don't use drugs.
You don't have a history of drug
No,
use, right?
sir.
Are you going to work?
Yes, sir.
And the
Working.
PSI says that you're a caregiver, right?
Yes, sir.
Are you able to go back to some kind of job like that?
Ooh,
Yes.
that
Now,
caught the
what if
judge's
the judge
attention.
says you're not able to work as a home care provider or anything like that? Are you able to find other kind of employment?
Yes, whatever suitable.
Where would you go live?
My parents at the time being.
And do they live in close proximity to Miss Tracy Hernandez?
No.
If the court orders you to stay away from the complainant in the case, would you stay away from her or would you go back to the Goodwill and
No, I have no business. No.
is there anything else that you'd like to tell the court before we stop?
Just that I'm truly deeply sorry, and I know now that all I was trying to do was defend myself. It was simply self-defense. I'm a mother of 5 kids, and
He's like,
I'd
stop
like to
now.
go back to see my kids.
Stop.
I didn't see them for Christmas, Thanksgiving.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, any questions? All right, I do. The police report says that you were chasing her with a knife,
No, ma'am.
and they say that there's a video of you chasing her with a knife.
No, ma'am, I did not chase her with a knife. I was simply scared running because there was 2 women after me. Not only 1, 2.
All right, am I?
Well, Judge, I don't know really what to make of this because lots of times we can say, well, the person has a mental illness, health, issues. They're on drugs. I don't know really what to make of this other than it's a one-time kind of incident thing.
Where's the video?
It's in the discovery.
Judge
Any
wants to see
objection
it.
to the court seeing the video? Just if you all have it, if I could see the video. Sure. Because she's saying self-defense, and I'm being told that there's a video that shows something differently.
Yes, Your Honor, but I think now she realizes it's definitely not self-defense. This is not a self-defense.
It's not self-defense.
So what I
the video
want
shows
to
her
know
running with a knife, apparently.
is whether or not she was chasing somebody with a knife or not.
Because she said she wasn't.
Probably I was scared, ma'am.
No, you said you were running from 2 women,
Yes, there were 2 women after me, ma'am.
but
And
the police report says that you were chasing the complainant with a knife. So, were you chasing the complainant with a knife or no?
yes, to defend myself and run from. There was 2 women to defend.
If somebody's running away from you and you're chasing them with a knife, how are you defending yourself?
No, there were 2 women, and one of them were after me.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll see the video. See what the video shows. All
Okay,
right.
so this, I'm trying to picture in my mind what the scenario was from this. We're not going to get
And
to see the
Diana,
video, unfortunately.
I'll make sure that the video is emailed to you for your record.
She might have been running from 2 people, but there was someone ahead of her.
So, if
So
you
she
all
has a
don't
knife
mind
for
just
self-defense.
stepping back a
and
little bit
she's
while they
running
pull up the video.
After one person, about 2 people are after her. That would make sense.
Gary
a little
Farmer.
bit. She did. I think she did say too much. The lawyer was trying to hush her.
Court is calling 2023 CR 10501, State of Texas versus Gary Bernard Farmer. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Anna Ochoa Nelson.
Defense?
Renee Munoz on behalf of Mr. Farmer.
Are you Mr. Farmer? You're going to need to speak up.
Yes, sir.
Court reporter needs to hear, all right? You understand?
Yes.
All right. Can you speak louder than that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, counsel, have you received all the discovery and did you review it with your client?
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Farmer, I'm showing you what's entitled application for deferred adjudication or community supervision. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's pretend like you are outside with your friends. I know you're not whispering. So don't whisper in front of me because the court reporter cannot hear. You understand? And when I say she cannot hear, she can't hear whispering. It makes her job too difficult. So you need to speak at the level that I'm speaking at. You understand? All right, he's still whispering. Diana, can you hear?
Maybe if you move the microphone up a little, I think he's a very soft-spoken individual.
I hear bass in his voice.
Sorry.
All right, that's not treble, that's bass.
I hear bass because we're all about
Although
the
there
bass.
was
I
a
hope no one
rap
gets
song
struck.
where they said, bang the bass and turn up the treble. I want you to bang the treble and turn up the bass, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'm showing you what's entitled Bill of Indictment. Did you review that Bill of Indictment with your attorney and did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
Yes, if we may.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
We are not, Your Honor. We're proceeding on the lesser offense of assault, bodily injury, family member, Class A.
Any objection?
No objection.
Going to show you what's entitled Court Admonishments and Defendants Waivers and Admonitions. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand the state is proceeding on the lesser included offense of assault, bodily injury, family? That's a Class A misdemeanor. The range of punishment is up to 1 year in the Bexar County Jail and up to a $4,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you have a plea with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, are you only applying for community supervision?
That's correct, Judge.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by entering this plea you were giving up those rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes,
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
that's correct, Judge.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
I do, Your Honor.
Mr. Farmer, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, Your Honor.
Anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, Your Honor.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
According to the plea, state is proceeding on the lesser included offense of assault, bodily injury, family. Punishment is to be assessed at 365 days in the Bexar County Jail. There's a $1,500 fine to be probated. State recommends community supervision. There's an affirmative finding of family violence. There's to be no contact with Marcel, Marcel, Washington, the BIPP, mental health evaluation and compliance. Did you understand with an affirmative finding of family violence, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand with an affirmative finding of family violence, you're not allowed to be designated as primary custodial parent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand that to be the entirety of your plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, is that the plea?
That's correct, Judge.
State, is that the plea?
Yes, Judge.
Showing you the waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, have there been any such motions?
No.
Next, I'm showing you outside the agreement. Outside the agreement,
Hey,
the
Sandra,
state is requesting that your
can you
community
text me on the burner
supervision
phone?
be for a term of 2 years and there be a TAP evaluation. Did you understand those are recommendations from the state and the court does not have to follow those recommendations?
Yes, Your Honor.
Then to the lesser included offense, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
Guilty.
State, any evidence?
State offer states exhibit 1 with preference.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. And state, have you been in contact with the complainant about this offer?
We have
All right. All right, you may continue to confer.
Okay,
I'm going to show you what's entitled waiver and
she's not
consent to
reading it yet. Hang
stipulation
on.
of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports? But most importantly, there will be no live testimony. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments, and the court will review the same.
Okay, while she's reviewing that, Sandra Naya, if you can text me on the burner phone, I want to ask you a quick question about watching that court, like live. Love to have the link that you were watching it from, if that's possible. I'm just trying to see. I haven't been able to find the live feed from that court. That's what I was looking for. This judge is no nonsense. She's also a quick reader. You heard she read 300 pages when other people in her class only read a paragraph. So she's got the reading skills down. So she's reviewing all the facts of the case, and then she's going to make a judgment here. This is the Milky Way charge. Yes, we're talking about lesser includeds. Remember the other day we did a demonstration using candy bars. The Snickers is the full charge. If you take the peanuts away, you have a Milky Way. If you take the caramel away, you have a Three Musketeers. This is how lesser includeds work. You cannot make a Snickers bar without chocolate and nougat. If you have no peanuts, you don't have a Snickers bar. That's a lesser included. So if someone's charged with being a Snickers, they better have all the elements of that charge, including the chocolate, the nougat, and the peanuts, and the caramel. So you need everything. Anyway, go back and watch that video if you need a clarification on how lesser includeds work in courts. It's
All
clear
right.
as
After
chocolate.
reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty, and the court will find you guilty. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
If we may, Your Honor.
All right. Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
Yes, Your Honor. My client's originally from Indiana. He moved here in about 2020. The last time he was receiving meds in Indiana was 2019. Unfortunately, Texas's resources for mental health aren't there compared to other states. He hasn't been set up with mental health services and meds. But in conferring with the state, I know that they're wanting him to be evaluated. He has been in custody for the last 125 days, Judge. As you can see, he's calm, docile, and he's willing and able to follow the probation. I did go over with him the BIP course and all the requirements of that, as well as the requirements of probation. He stated he would make all appointments. He knows that he can't live with his brother right now, Marcel. There's a no contact order. So he's able and willing to live with his aunt, Andrea Washington, lives here in San Antonio, to abide by the conditions of the court. We're asking, Judge, if you can do the mental health eval and tap out of custody. He's been in custody for 125 days now. People with mental illnesses in custody is generally not the most conducive environment for them to get a handle on their mental health, Judge. So he said he's willing and able to make all those appointments in order to get better mentally stable. So we're asking for those things, Judge, and for the court to respectfully follow the plea bargain agreement. It was a fight between brothers. It got a little heated. Things occurred that shouldn't have occurred, but He's remorseful for that, and he just wants the chance of this probation, Judge.
All right. So you moved from Indiana?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you have family in Indiana?
Yes, Your Honor.
So what brought you to San Antonio?
Family?
Are you employed or receiving SSI?
No, Your Honor.
No to which one? No, you're not employed, and no, you're not receiving SSI?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, when's the last time you were employed?
Last year, Your Honor.
All right. How do you support yourself?
I work.
Doing what?
Work, like warehouses.
How far did you go in school?
I completed high school.
So have you seen any doctors for your mental health?
Yes, Your Honor.
Right. And what's your diagnosis, if you know?
Schizophrenia.
Okay. And is this the first time you had an altercation with your brother?
No, Your Honor.
All right. What other altercations have you had with him?
It's like the same thing. We just turning evil sometimes.
I'm sorry, what?
We turning evil sometimes.
Okay.
So, Judge, just a little background for the court. Oh,
So
sorry.
just 1 second. But I read in the report that he's not verbal.
Yeah, he's like, he has a mental illness, I guess. Yeah, and he just sometimes he just be turning evil, doing
All right. So on this occasion, what are you saying he did?
like he sometimes he's like normal, sit around and stuff, but sometimes he just black out, start hurting himself and like people around.
Okay. So during this altercation, what happened?
Like he was doing that, like hurting himself and people around him. So I be trying to stop him, but like it goes to a point where I like put my hands on him, or somebody in the house have to put their hands on him to make him sit down or something.
And how old is he?
He's 22. He's not on medicine yet. I think he's supposed to be on medicine.
All right.
It's a
And
tough situation.
defense is saying that you have a place to stay with your aunt. Has anybody talked to the aunt? Does she want him stay? Have you talked to your aunt to ask her if you can stay there?
No.
Defense, have you talked to the aunt?
No, Your Honor. I spoke with him today. He said that that would be an option because she's a family member living here. In terms of the brother, he does have, according to the mother, there's been nothing tendered in evidence about a disease called Lesch syndrome.
Well, if you're going to say that syndrome, you need to spell it.
I did have it, the paperwork on that, but you know, just to briefly just describe it, it's something that has to deal with like self-mutilation, where he kind of falls, he scrapes himself, he hits himself against the head, like the wall. And I think in this situation, I think the brother was doing those kind of things, and he was trying to get a handle on him, the brother, but it just kind of escalated from there, but he's aware of the no contact.
Diana, that's LESCH-NYHAN syndrome.
Judge.
Thanks for that, Judge. I don't know how to pronounce it either.
No problem. It's just when people are saying medical terms, then the court reporter will have to do research to find out how to spell it. So I always encourage people, when you're using medical terms, slow down and spell it.
Yes. But yes, Judge, that's the situation. The brother unfortunately is afflicted with that, but I think that the brother does need treatment and help of his own, and it's kind of like he does things to himself and other people that kind of can agitate, but not to say that it was correct with how things progressed, but that that's more or less why.
All right. Do you have any children?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So what I can tell you, counsel, here's my concern with releasing him. He doesn't have a place to go. We're saying the aunt. I know there is a community court now.
Yes.
And I think that's with Judge Vera next door.
Yes.
So I'm going to have him in custody. If you bring back to the court, word from his aunt that she can stay there, then I'll release him. Otherwise, the evaluation for the mental health evaluation to place him on the mid caseload, that will be done, and the TAP evaluation will be done in custody. However, if you are able to bring to the court that he has stable housing,
Yes.
that he has a doctor set up, then I will release him. But I can't just release him. I don't have anything showing that he's going to have his medications. Are you on medications?
No, you're not.
All right. So if he's schizophrenic, usually they're on medications. I don't want to interfere with any doctors that you may have. He needs to be set up with doctors, because otherwise what we're going to have is somebody who doesn't have a place to stay. People always say family will take them in, but sometimes you knock on family door and they're like, I don't want this problem. So if you give me that, I'll reconsider. But for now, he's going to be in custody until these issues are arranged. So, sir, if your attorney, he's an officer of the court, if he calls your aunt, talks to your aunt, and your aunt says you can stay with her, then I will allow you to be released. But for now, that's not going to happen, okay?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you for communicating that, Judge. I appreciate it.
All right, so I'm finding you guilty, going to sentence you to 1 year in the Bexar County Jail, suspended and probated for 2 years. There's a $1,500 fine. That will be probated. There's to be no contact with Marcel Washington. State, I'm not really sure if this is a BIPP course issue that's needed here, but I know there's some anger management. Are you okay if I don't give him BIPP, but give him anger management instead? Defense, are you okay with me giving him anger management instead of BIPP?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. There'll be anger management.
What about parenting classes?
There's an affirmative finding of family violence.
So no firearms.
I'm going to want a MIC evaluation, a TAP evaluation, and both of those evaluations will take place in custody. There's to be regular reporting by Zoom or in person. I'm going to want monthly field visits. And probation, that will just be until he's set up with a case manager or he's set up with a mental health doctor. There's to be proof of employment or SSI within 45 days. There's to be no employment as a home health care provider or with minors. And there's to be no unsupervised contact with minors. In regards to the TAP evaluation, follow all TAP and mental health recommendations. If TAP suggests inpatient treatment, we're going to start first with outpatient treatment. Probation, is there anything else he needs?
I didn't hear.
I would send you over to Brandy's channel to watch that. She's been following that case.
Thank you. Regular UAs.
So if you want to see that press conference, please pop over to Brandy's channel. If you type !Brandy in chat, it'll give you a link to jump over there.
All right.
And
so
if you do choose to go over,
counsel,
please tell her hi.
If you'll make sure you
wish her the best
contact
from
with
all of us.
community court, if you contact with them, even though he may not be eligible for their program, they may have contacts to get him housing and that type of a thing.
Okay. Yes, Judge. I know that sometimes it's hard for the specialty courts if it's not refiled as a misdemeanor to accept them because it's hard for them to track. But I can ask for the resources surely.
Yes.
I'm going to reach out to his aunts and then I'll update the court if I'm able to make contact.
And
sorry. Yes, reach out to the aunts and make contact with her. And if he can stay there, I'll update the court as to that.
All right. And counsel, if for some reason they will take them as if this is refiled as a misdemeanor, you may want to talk to the state and see if they would object to a motion for new trial.
Okay.
All right. Mr. Farmer, is there anything you need from the court to be successful? Anything else you need? You'll come around.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, there you go.
I'm going to show you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Oh, and I'm sorry, there's an affirmative finding of family violence. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes, sir.
All right, because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, And because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Because this is an affirmative finding of family violence, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes.
With the
All right,
mental
we can
health
go off the
diagnosis,
record.
I think that's already
Mr. Farmer, if there's anything that you need, please let probation know. If you feel as though probation is not addressing that issue, you can always come back to this court, okay?
Yes.
All right, good luck to you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Yes.
I think the judge was doing the best thing she could there, keeping him in custody until he has
Are
a
you
place to go,
already
because he
on
does need
the
support
case
and help.
Annette Drago? Okay.
Heather, if you want to follow that case, Brandy Churchwell over on her channel, a good friend of ours, another
you.
fellow YouTuber, is following all that. She's been following
Yes.
that this morning.
Okay.
I know there's a press conference going on about right now, so you might want to pop over there and see that. Her link is in chat if you scroll up just a little bit, or you can find it again by typing ! Brandy in chat. That will trigger the bot to give you the link. There it is.
Okay.
Yeah, can I use your mouse?
Sure.
I remember exactly what
Love the purple cuffs.
I just saw the video and so it happens about halfway through.
Okay.
Roughly, but it's kind of slow.
Okay, let's pause it and I'll let you offer it into evidence.
This is the video.
Judge, and just to protect the record about what I'm just going to say, because the court's requesting it, because since they're silent, you know, so it doesn't look like they're
Sure.
not.
All right, we're going to go back on the record
Here's the video.
and cause number 2023 CR 7274, State of Texas versus Annette Drago. The court had requested a video and for the state.
Daniel Escobar for the state of Texas.
All right. And defense, this video was actually mentioned in the stipulations to the court. Defense, are you offering the video?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And so this will be marked as defense exhibit number 1.
Defense exhibit. Judge is now clicking the play button. Are we able to see it? Oh, we
and
are.
the court will view the video.
Okay. This is great. I feel like I'm a spider up on the ceiling, where I need like 3D goggles to view this properly.
And I'm being told that the incident occurs at the halfway mark.
Can I skip ahead?
All right. Counsel, any objection to the court fast forwarding?
No, Your Honor.
This is a 360 degree
And
camera.
who is your client, counsel?
Believe the lady with the hat.
Let me pause it. Ms. Drago,
Yes, ma'am.
what are you wearing in this video?
Um,
Are you the person in the black shorts?
no, ma'am.
Are you the person with the burgundy top with the blondish hair?
No, ma'am.
Are you the person in the gray shirt with blue jeans with the white hat?
I think so, yes.
She doesn't know which one she is.
And who is the person next to you?
The other lady. There were two ladies who
I'm going to turn my whole TV just to watch this.
approached me. I'm not sure. No, it wasn't. It was.
Okay.
So possibly this looks like a clothing drop, like a those blue bins look like a used clothing drop.
So are you saying you're the person with the white hat with the check and the gray top and blue jeans with the white shoes?
I believe so, Your Honor. I'm not sure. I can't really see.
Let's skip ahead, Judge. Skip ahead. Okay, some people are donating stuff. There's a lot of just stuff spread around on the floor, like possibly it didn't fit in the bin, and people have torn through the bags to get what they want out of it.
Okay.
Not a melee.
I'll make sure you speak up because the court reporter, we're still on the record.
Exterior north and east donation boxes. This is dated 5/28/2023. Comes some more donations.
Okay, let me.
Back up. This is where it's happening. There's a new box dropped off. Ooh. Whoa. Oh, she puts up her dukes. Look at that. Okay, back up. I wish there was audio on here. There's a shove. Who's got the knife? I don't see the knife. Lady with the white hat. Oh, she goes with a kick. She's balling up, fists are up. She's still in that ready stance. She's got her rear foot back there. The other person says, I want none of that. I'm just dropping stuff off. Words are happening. Oop. Keeping the distance. Both are ready. A fake kick. There was a high punch. Knocked the hat off. Ooh, there we've got the tussle. Hair's been grabbed. We're doing the spin maneuver. We've got, let's see, it looks like a third person is standing by and helping, hitting from behind. Not sure who they're helping, but they're hitting someone. Everyone's still vertical for the moment. Nobody's gone down on the ground. I don't see a referee anywhere, so I guess we're going all 12 rounds at once. But here goes the fight. Still struggling, maintaining balance. Hair is definitely being pulled. This is 2-on-1. Somebody needs to tag in that fourth lady and get the odds evened up here. Now they're back to just shopping. We've switched players, I think. Boom. There goes the run. Oh, she goes back and finds the other person. Tags her back into the ring. Something fell on the ground. Now she's off camera. We don't know what's happening here. And we have some running. Okay, so the person backing up, I'm thinking the person with the they're making a getaway. The person in the parking lot with the Levi's on possibly has a knife from the distance that the other one is keeping back. Everyone's grabbing everything they can while these two are out in the parking lot. Getting smaller, nearing the edge of the world right now. They've traversed the entire globe in this little battle. Nope, they disappeared. Still running. Oh, they're coming back now. I think they're coming back. Yes, they've fully circumnavigated the globe and returning to. Wow, can you rotate the video?
All right.
I'm sorry.
Any questions from the state?
No bueno.
Yes. All right, defense.
Just a real brief argument, Your Honor.
Okay.
What we're asking you to grant Ms. Idrogo's application for deferred adjudication. You saw the video, Your Honor. In her mind, it was self-defense. I certainly understand the chase and all that kind of stuff. And she now understands how it is not self-defense. Nonetheless, Judge, she definitely takes responsibility for her actions. She's asking to be supervised by the court. I think she would benefit from some anger management and classes that help her deal with these kinds of situations and how to get herself out of these kinds of situations. So the long story short is, Your Honor, based upon her limited criminal history, her lack of drug use, the fact that she takes responsibility, we ask that you grant the application. Thank you.
Anything else you wish to say, Mr. Drago?
I just ask that God may touch your heart and understand that, like the all I was asking is that if the Lord could hear me right now, He'd understand how much I repent of what happened that day. But it simply is just a self-defense in my mind, even though I know it's wrong.
Self-defense, that's wrong. It's a tough one to argue both of those.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you so much.
I think if she had just admitted guilt, she would probably be better off than her being adamant that it was self-defense. It's tough to see that that was self-defense. If the lady in the white hat was the defendant, from my observation, it looked like she was probably the instigator. So that's going to be a tough one. It was a long chase.
So this is what the court is going to do. The court has heard all the evidence, and I want you to know that I internalize everything, and I look at cases on an individual basis. The court is going to deny your application. Court will find you guilty. Court will sentence you to 3 years in the prison, give you credit for any time served. Take in consideration NIMAC number 714465, NIMAC number 723973. There's an affirmative finding of a deadly weapon. Is there anything else with regards to sentencing?
No, Your Honor.
I'm going to show you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Counsel. Thank you. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it, and did you sign it?
Yes.
Right, because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck to you.
Maybe excuse, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Do you need anything?
She got 3 years for that. Wow. She was surprised by the sentence, obviously thinking that the judge would think that was self-defense. But
okay, sure.
She
All right,
does say
thank
she
you.
realizes she was wrong now.
I will.
The problem is 3 years is a bit much for a
Matthew
little
Castro.
argument over clothes, but there was a deadly
Did
weapon
you speak
involved.
with his attorney, Norma?
Oh,
Matthew Castro?
Brown coat is back.
Yes. Come forward. You were late for court today. Why?
Because when I got here, ma'am, I honestly didn't know how to come up here, so I had to ask people down there where
What do you mean you didn't know how to come up here? You've been to this court before because you entered a plea.
with the other side, ma'am. I'm sorry.
There's only 187 District Court. It's on the 4th floor. You cannot be late again. You understand?
Yes, ma'am. It won't happen again, Your Honor.
All right. We're recalling your case tomorrow for sentencing.
Yes, ma'am.
So Ms. Ferguson will give you the reset form. All right. Thank you.
Don't be late to court. The video did it. The funny thing was the defense submitted the video as an exhibit, and it did her in. Melissa, it's been a little bit slow this morning in Judge Boyd's courtroom. We did watch a video, a rare video evidence of an assault with a deadly weapon in that last case. And that's the interesting fact about that video was that it was filmed on a 360-degree camera, meaning it can see in 360 degrees around it. And it gives the impression of looking at the world as a small globe or a drop of water in your hand, which makes it almost impossible to understand what is happening anywhere because the perspective is so warped. But we did watch a little bit of that, and that was fun and interesting. Certainly not a slow day, says Dallas. We had that video. It was interesting video. I believe there's some software you can use that can convert a 360-degree video into a video that's a very wide panoramic type video, so you can actually pan around and look and see what happens. And it's possible. It's a lot easier to watch than that format. ADK EMT says, I locked my screen and rotated. It was much easier to see that way. I would have had to turn the 50-inch upside down, and that doesn't work very well. Lawyer tried to tell her it was not self-defense more than once. Part of the problem is she said she had two women chasing her, and the judge watched that video and did not see two women chasing her, especially during the part where there was her chasing someone else with the deadly weapon and swinging that around. It does flatten out the earth. Judge is having a little sidebar here with a friend. Let's see, we're on channel 2. There's not a lot happening other than Young Thug and this Las Vegas attack. That seems to be what everyone's talking about. Peter Tragos, lawyer, talking right now about that attack. If you want to know more about that, I'd suggest popping over there and saying hi while you're there. He's gone live with that. We showed the video this morning. He's got that same video up right now.
All right. Court is calling 2023 CR 6843, State of Texas versus Latasha Jenkins. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Seal Landers to the state.
Defense?
Rafael Leal for Natasha Jenkins.
And are you Ms. Jenkins?
Yes, ma'am.
You entered a plea of no contest on December 5th. According to the plea bargain agreement, the state is silent on your application. They're taking in consideration 2022 CR 3280. Have both parties had a chance to review the PSI report, state?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objections to the PSI report, state?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, Your Honor.
Defense, any witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor. I call Andre Carruthers to stand.
All right. Carruthers?
A rare witness. Rare witness. Let's see. Oh, this was the guy who was talking to the defendant.
Deputy Laura, we have a witness.
This is the guy that was trying to talk to her, and he had to be moved to the back row.
All right, Mr. Carruthers, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth so help you God? All right, you can lower your hand, state your name for the record.
Andre Carruthers.
You're going to need to speak
All
up.
right, defense?
Yes, Your Honor. How do you spell your last name?
Corthers.
And are you, what is the type of your relationship to Latasha Jenkins?
A boyfriend.
Right? And are you the complainant in this case?
Yes, sir.
And you know, and this is the incident that occurred May 5th, 2023, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you understand the accusation and the offense that Miss
Oh, just 1 second
Jenkins.
off the record for a moment. Excuse me. If y'all could move down to this end. All right, you may continue, counsel.
Thank you. And you know the charge that Miss Jenkins is facing?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and it's an aggravated assault with a deadly weapon.
Yes, sir.
And
Another
she has
ag
applied
assault.
for the deferred adjudication, which means a type of probation that there will be no conviction if she follows the guidelines and does not commit any other offenses or comes up positive with drugs.
Yes, sir.
Ag assault with
Understand that?
Yes,
no
sir.
conviction.
And are you opposed to Ms. Jenkins getting probation?
Am I against it?
Are you against it?
No, sir.
Okay. Are you, so you are in support of that?
Yes, sir.
And there is
This is
also
like
a provision perhaps that the court
family
may
member?
impose that there will be no contact with you if she's granted probation. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I was told.
And do you oppose the contact order?
Yeah.
And do you oppose no injurious or hazardous contact? Are you in favor of that? Which means
Yes.
the two of you or she cannot have or give you any kind of injury or
Yes,
be a hazard to your health.
Yes, sir.
You think that that would be okay with you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And concerning the incident, was it, what type of injury did you receive?
It was like a scratch.
Scratch?
It was like a scratch.
So there was nothing else besides that?
Yes.
Okay. And were you two on drugs at the time?
Yes, sir.
What type of drugs were you doing?
Yeah.
And
Meth.
she cannot be having, if you two are in contact with each other, she cannot be having or be using drugs.
So he was the victim in this
would you be
case.
able to support that, even that you also?
Caitlin, I'd love to do that. We can do that here as soon as we get a little
still
downtime.
using
Just 1
drugs?
second.
No, sir.
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
Court clerk can't hear. He needs to speak up.
Are you still using drugs? Yes or no?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
All right. Pass the witness.
All right, any questions?
No question, Chairman.
All right, so I see here that she stabbed your bag several times. No. According to the police report, it says that she started cutting up your bag.
Did I know?
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I call Latasha Jenkins to stand.
All right. Can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Sure.
All right, you can lower your hand, state your name for the record.
Natasha Jenkins.
All right, defense?
Ms. Jenkins, you applied for a type of probation known as deferred adjudication probation, is that correct?
She wants deferred adjudication.
And that
She
is
wants
the type
parole.
of probation that if you do
She
not
doesn't want a
comply with
conviction.
the requirements of that community supervision, deferred adjudication, the judge has the full range. If you violate a condition, the full range of punishment, anywhere from as low as 2 or up to 20 years. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you intend to abide by the conditions of probation that the court may impose?
Yes, sir.
And why do you think that is the case?
Because I'm changing my life. I sat in Dare County for almost a year, and I completed successfully classes, got certificates. I got recommendations from the teachers in unlock programs for the outside community to better be successful with mental health and my substance abuse and me, period.
And the programs that you completed, are those included in Defense Exhibit 1? Do you recognize Exhibit 1?
Yes, sir.
We're about ready to jump
Exhibit
to
1
Tennessee
consists of 8 pages of certificates
to Judge Chisholm's
covering
courtroom.
the different programs that you attended.
Yes, sir.
And that includes anger management, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And also therapy groups
Yes, sir.
and Microsoft Word
Yes, sir.
and Excel
Yes, sir.
and exhibit number 2, what is that?
The letter to the judge Boyd from Lisa Rodriguez, the unlock program.
Okay, and what type
So
of
she's
programs
completed a
is
lot
the
of
unlock program?
in custody
They
classes.
any classes that you need that the court orders for you. They help you with the fees. It's for continuing care. It's a reentry program. They help you with anything that you need to help me get back on my SSI, get my SSI started again, and to get me with a part-time job, whatever SSI allows me to work outside of SSI.
In few words, is that they help you to reintegrate yourself to society?
Yes.
Okay. I offered exhibit 1 and exhibit 2 for.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor. State has refused.
All right. Then Defense Exhibit 1. And Defense Exhibit number 2 is admitted into evidence.
Hey, Zimmy, I really like it. It works really well.
Now,
I don't use it for heavy lifting, so I'm not sure how much editing you're going to do, but it's really good.
Yes.
And were you also working part-time?
Yes.
And what do you intend to do, or what are your plans if the judge were to grant you a deferred invitation?
Get back on my SSI and continue a part-time job that SSI allowed you to work and maintain my mental health.
What type of mental health illness do you suffer from?
Bipolar and PTSD.
And were you on medication at the time of this incident?
No.
Okay, and are you on medication now?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have a place to stay?
Yes.
If you were granted probation?
Yes.
And where would that be?
My brother's house.
And does he know that that's what you're planning to live?
Yes, he's been supportive for me since I've been in the there.
Do you have any children?
No.
That's the way to do it.
Any questions?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Why did you cut your boyfriend with a knife?
We were into an altercation and I didn't intentionally do it. When I pulled it out, it nicked me. It was like a scratch that was gone within maybe minutes.
All right. Why were you cutting up his bag?
I don't remember cutting his bag up. I don't
remember much of this
at all. Cutting the bag.
All right. Why have you not been successful on previous probations? Because I see that you've been on probation in Des Moines, Iowa.
Yes. I was in Des Moines, Iowa. My mother died. My husband went to federal prison. My brother left state. I was the only one there. I had no support system there. And I was going house to house. I couldn't maintain employment.
What is the escape?
Oh, it wasn't escape. It was dropped from escape. I left from the place that they sent me to after I got out of jail. It was a involuntary absence. That's what they dropped it.
No, and where did they place you after you were released from custody?
It was like a halfway house.
Okay. And you left without permission?
On Sunday.
Yeah. And then, so that's from 2007. And then 2011, you were placed on probation again and revoked. And all of this is out of Des Moines, Iowa.
Yes.
Then in Knoxville, Illinois, you were revoked from probation there as well.
Knoxville, Iowa.
No, it says Knoxville, Illinois, Marion County.
Yeah, that's Iowa.
Okay. And then Hamilton County, Illinois.
Iowa. I don't know why they put Illinois.
Okay.
in that one.
All right. And then Dallas County.
Yeah, that's Iowa too. It was,
Okay, we're about ready to jump to Judge Grissom
I
here.
did so much better. Like I was like, my life was not great there at all. I had no support there. Like I said, like my mother died, my brother left town, my husband went to federal prison. My life was just not great there. That's why I left there and came up here and lived.
All right.
And started my life.
I've read defense. I've read all your exhibits, and I've read your letter from Ms. Rodriguez. I appreciate you presenting these to me because it gives me a chance to know the person that's before me. And I also am taking in consideration the testimony of Mr. Carruthers. However, I don't think you'll be a good candidate for probation. So I'm going to find you guilty. There's to be no contact with Andre Carruthers, Tiffany Sansom, Sansom.
Why can't I make
There's
this
affirmative finding of family violence, taken in consideration 2022 CR 3280. I'll sentence you to 3 years in the
Struggling,
prison,
guys.
give you credit for any time served. I've actually given you less than what was requested. And there's also an affirmative finding of a deadly weapon. Going to show you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it? All right, because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I've actually given you less than what you bargained for.
Ooh, that's a little better.
And because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Because this is an affirmative finding of family violence and also an affirmative finding of deadly weapon and a conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand? All right, we can go off the record. Ms. Jenkins, good luck to you, okay?
And is it possible if I get my 2-for-1?
You'll have to, here's what people don't understand. 2-for-1, 3-for-1. The court is not in charge with that. It's whatever institution you're at, they're in charge of what credit they give you. What I can tell you, you will at least be receiving time for every day that you've been in jail. And whether they want to give you good time credit or not, that's dependent on the institution. But if there's an issue, for example, let's say hypothetically, you've been in jail for 50 days. If you feel like you're not getting credit for those entire 50 days, then your attorney can come back. But if you want 100 days or 150 days, that's something with the institution. It's not something that I can give you. All right, good luck to you. Diana, who's this? And I'm going to see about them giving you this.
Okay, we're going to switch from this to, sorry, Judge Wolf
The
here.
procedure requires that you either answer the questions under oath and completely answer them, or object to them if you think that they're
This is in
beyond
Tennessee.
that,
We
and
did a
state a
little
basis for
jump
the
here.
objection. If, for example, you're asked questions about the domestic violence case, that you have a criminal case pending against you, if that is the case, then you have the right to object and to state that you refuse to answer under the Fifth Amendment provisions of the Constitution, which prevent you from having to testify or give evidence against yourself. I would strongly urge that you consult an attorney and consider getting an attorney involved to represent you, to help you with these situations. It's very difficult. Divorce work is technical, and there are a lot of rules and so forth regarding parenting plans that are going to have to be dealt with in this case. You have an order protection down. I don't know what that order protection provides regarding the child and your right to see the child, but this court takes precedence over a court of general session regarding your right to see your daughter, and you have a right to file a motion to adopt a parenting plan. If you look at the rules and the statutes, you can file a motion to adopt a parenting plan, file your proposed parenting plan, and have a court hearing to determine your rights to see your child. Your child is 15, if I'm reading it correctly, and she will have a right to have a say in her contact with you, fortunately or unfortunately. That's not the deciding factor, but it is one factor that would have to be considered by the court. But that would also carry with it the obligation of support one of the factors that the state
Okay, this is a
that the
family law.
court will look at.
He's going to talk for a
when
while. I'm going to jump
considering
back to
a-
Judge
a
Boyd.
parenting plan. One of the
Apologize.
factors will be whether or not you have contributed to the support of your child.
All right, thank you.
We've got a
And just for the record, Your
situation
Honor,
here
I
with the
did
translator. That's what she's
confirm
whispering
the
in his ear.
interview and the CPS records yesterday, but once we agreed order, we will be getting them docket content.
Okay, sure. Okay, and then the school records of the complainant?
I believe we did receive those. Sorry, Judge. It's been a minute since I've looked at that. I believe we did receive them,
hopping.
Judge, and I made sure that everything was uploaded, but I will double check that for,
All right, and then the next thing is some sort of medical records?
I believe that was for the SANE examination,
Yes.
Your Honor, and I do have those records.
Yes, Your Honor, that has been uploaded. And the defense has also made their own application for the school records as of early yesterday. It shouldn't be an issue having that provided.
All right, and I understand he has an ice hole, but Teresa Coles Davila was appointed for immigration purposes for the impact this case will have on his immigration status.
That is correct.
So where's the status of that?
I have had an opportunity to speak with her, provide her with a copy of the indictment and some background information.
I'm sorry. That's okay. If you'll repeat that.
Yes. I have spoken with Ms. Davila, Your Honor, provided a copy of the indictment and some background information, but we're still pending a Padilla letter.
Okay. Did she give you an idea of how long?
No, Your Honor, but I don't anticipate much longer because she was very diligent about it.
Oh, yes. All right, so state, when will you be prepared to make an offer?
We've extended a new offer, Your Honor, to defense counsel. We started talking yesterday. I extended a new offer today. Additionally, I just wanted to let the court know that I've already let defense counsel know. I did drop off 3 videos for translation. I do not speak Spanish, so I do need to have those translated. I dropped them off for an unofficial translation on December 15th and an official translation on December 18th, Your Honor. The official translations do take much longer to be done, but I've not received a notification for the unofficial translations that are ready yet. For the court's information, one of the videos is rather lengthy at about 5 hours, so it may take them a little bit of time.
All right, this is what the court will say. And if it's unreasonable, let me know that it's unreasonable. So I'm going to reset this for 60 days, and that will be your plea deadline date. And at that time, you'll have hopefully the unofficial transcript. And of course, if we're going to trial and you want the official transcript, just let the court know and let me know what the time constraint is on that.
Yes, sir.
So your plea deadline date will be in 60 days. What date is that?
March 7th.
All right, so we'll be back on March 7th. On March 7th, you'll need to let the court know whether or not you're accepting the state's offer. If you choose not to accept the state's offer, your plea deadline date will have expired. The court will not consider any plea bargain agreements without good cause. Otherwise, you have to plea open to the court. Do you understand?
Okay.
Is that a yes or no?
Yes.
All right. Is there anything else from either side? All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so he's got 60 days. I'm not sure he understands.
Yes. Happy New Year. It's so good to see you.
Wow, we see you very close.
Oh, yes, I did. Always with mom is great.
Looks
Yeah.
like fake fur. Gonna go with the fake
so
fur.
awesome.
Of course, of course.
Thank you.
Okay, when we get a little break, we are going to talk a little bit about researching. Uncivil has an exclusive interview with Juror 1 and Hippo Lover. Awesome.
John Lyles, who's the attorney for John Lyles? Norma, is the attorney able to come back in the afternoon?
Oh, he just went to the support. I think he could help you right now.
Okay,
Sorry
well
about
just,
that. I'm like, who's Thompson?
All right, just give me that one.
This court, Laudel, is in Bexar County, Texas.
Michael Martinez.
So think San
And after
Antonio.
Michael Martinez, it will be Aran Buani, Tomas Hernandez, and Philip Diller. So who's here for Michael Martinez? All right, where's Michael Martinez?
Your Honor, I have spoken to him. He has transportation issues and is not able to make it this morning.
All right. Well, he already has a bond forfeiture, so there's already a warrant out for him
Okay.
since December 12th because he did not appear
guys.
on that date either.
The picture of the injury that the bailiff
So.
sustained in that courtroom attack
All
has
right,
just been
thanks.
released.
Okay.
And it's
No
quite
problem.
graphic. Don't look it
Yes,
up.
I'll put a notation
It's a
on here
scalp
that you
injury
showed.
with a fold of skin on the scalp
Thank
on
you,
the
Judge.
You're
forehead.
welcome.
Took a major blow there. Oh, you don't want to see it. I looked at it for you. That is quite gruesome. Yuck. Man, that's painful. Don't look it up. Googling now.
Aran Buani.
Brandy Churchwell has a link
Yes.
on her Twitter feed. That'll make it easier for you if you do want to search it up. I took one for the team, though. Brandy was nice enough to post that.
And counsel, you're on this side now. That's okay. It's a New Year's change.
Ooh, defendant is dressed sharply. Ready for court. The judge will appreciate that.
All right. Happy New Year. All right. So last time we were here, there's an issue with school records out of Ohio.
Yes, I don't, I do have some records. I don't know if it's a comprehensive list, but I did speak with Anna today. I had not spoken with her previously.
Okay. So do we know what discovery is outstanding?
I'm not sure about the school records. Sorry, Judge.
No problem. I don't know if you were here last time.
I was not here last
Right.
time.
So last time there were some school records in Ohio.
I'm not seeing anything new in the file, Judge. I'll look into that.
Say not seen
All right.
anything new
Any
to
other
the file.
discovery, counsel?
Judge, I think that's it. I think that's all.
All right. So, and you say you've received some records from Ohio?
Some records from Ohio. I think it was like in the nature of a police report.
All right. So if you'll let the state know, maybe they can help get the record sooner. All right, Ms. Ferguson, on this case, if you're reset for 45 days, and that will be the last discovery date.
Gotcha.
And are there child protective services records in this case or no?
I don't have any PPS records, I believe, Judge, just a forensic interview.
Okay. All right, 45-day reset.
February 22nd, Judge.
All right, we're going to come back on February 22nd, and at that time, state if you'll be prepared to make an offer.
Yes, Judge. I believe an offer's already been conveyed on this case, Your Honor, but we'll continue our conversations.
Yes,
Okay.
Your Honor.
Maybe it'll change after the Ohio records. I don't know. All right. Thanks for dressing appropriately for court.
See, she appreciates
All right.
that.
Once you sign the reset form, you're excused.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It won't get you out of a conviction. It won't get you out of it won't get you probation when you deserve jail time. But dressing appropriately for court does go a long way with this judge. So I see all of you guys. I've looked up the picture. If you find Brandy Churchwell, which is Brandy in Church, so Brand in Church,
Oh, no wonder.
or
I'm
Brandy
looking at the wrong
N
job.
Church on Twitter. It's one of her last posts. She just posted it with a graphic warning disclaimer at the top. Head wounds look bad. This one is bad. The wound we're talking about is a wound that was sustained by the bailiff in the video we started with the judge in Las Vegas in Clark County getting attacked by the defendant. Not safe for lunch. Yeah. You don't want to see it. It's basically the bailiff. I'm not sure if his head was shaved because he went to court or if he didn't have hair before, but he has a sea of baldness with no tuft. Okay. So it's just a bald head, and then there's a large, I would say a large patch, probably 2 to 3 inches each direction, like a right angle where his skin has been folded back on his scalp. So now I've described enough that you don't want to see it, but yeah, now you have a headache. So,
Tomas Hernandez.
next time you tell me not to look at something. Yes. I know you guys, it's like reverse psychology.
Well, Happy New Year. You don't have the cane or walking aid anymore.
I do not.
He's a new man.
Congratulations.
New Year's resolution.
You're becoming the bionic man.
There you go.
Looks like the
All right, so
defendant is a
today
painter.
an offer is due.
I have received that offer, Judge. We would like opportunity to have my client come over to my office between now and the deadline.
All right.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, can you recall this at the end of January for plea deadline date, please?
So he's
All
going to
right,
have the rest of the
January
month to
30th,
think
that
over
will be
the
your
offer.
plea deadline date. At that time, you'll need to let the court know whether or not you're accepting the offer. If you choose not to accept the offer, the court will not consider any plea bargain agreements without good cause. Otherwise, you have to plea open to the court. Do you understand? All right, thank you. Just once you sign the reset form, you're excused.
Just wait for the son and I'll get to the son. Get back to them. Appreciate it. It's gonna work out.
Amy, you've got a vivid imagination.
Yeah, thanks. Good. That's what it is. I'll take care of you in a couple of weeks. Most of the good.
Maybe the leaping defendant will claim self-defense like the clothing fight lady. Ooh. No, I don't think... we want to keep an eye out for that.
Philip Diller?
His appearance on that case. I'd like to follow that if we can. And if somebody has the link to that Clark County courtroom, the live feed, I'd love to dig into that and see if that's something we can add to our repertoire of court
All right,
hopping.
Ms. Ferguson, we need a jury trial date on this. The earliest jury trial date. How long do y'all expect this trial to last?
At least a week.
Are there videos?
There aren't, Judge. The state would maybe have a day and a half maximum worth of testimony.
All right, Norma, this is going to be probably 3 days.
Defense, at least a week. Judge is like, yeah, 3 days.
April 9th.
That's the earliest you have?
Yeah, I can try to.
I mean, because this case has been pending for a while, since 2022.
Whoa. Judge Boyd does not like cases to hang out there.
January 16th? All right. That's your jury trial date, January 16th.
Defense counsel.
All right, thank you. Just signed the reset form. Thank you for dressing appropriately for court.
Judge.
Defense counsel is still checking his calendar. He's like, well, I'm going to cancel that vacation. There goes skiing. in
Denny, are you
Aspen.
ready on your case or no? All right, could I see
Text.
the file
Saying-
on,
reading his thumbs, he's saying,
what is your
text
client's name?
The travel
Oh, okay,
agent.
thank you. Oh, she's working on it now.
Is the cabin refundable? Let me know ASAP. That's what he just texted. I was just reading the reflection on his glasses, what he was texting. So, are there videos in his sad tone? The judge likes to see videos, but at the same time, she does not like to see long videos. She would like a very short video
And
with the
Deputy Lori,
pertinent
do you know
information
if Karen Munoz
clearly
has made
visible.
it?
They're actually en route.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Jose Gutierrez. Good morning.
Cancel the spa day.
Hello.
And the riding
So
horse.
do you have all the discovery?
Judge, I'm not sure if I got all of it, but we're just looking for a plea deadline date. I got an offer, and I'll confirm during that time whether I need any, or I have it all. So,
All right, State, have you uploaded all discovery?
As far as I'm aware, Judge.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, on this case, it's Jose Gutierrez. Can you give me a 2-week reset for a plea deadline date?
Do we know what kind of bag the judge has today? I'll move out of the way just briefly while you could.
All right, January 25th is your plea deadline date. At
Somebody
that
can
time,
search
you
that
need
up.
to let this court know whether or not you're accepting the state's offer. If you choose not to accept the state's offer, then your plea deadline date will have expired and the court will not consider any plea bargain agreements without good cause.
As always, we need
Otherwise,
the
you'll have to plea
approximate
open to
value
the
as well.
court. Do you understand? All right, thank you for dressing appropriately for court. Once you sign the reset form, you're excused.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Judge is changing the world one person at a time by teaching them how to dress appropriately for courts.
Janelle Williams.
Julie says it's a small purple bag. That much we know. It's a nice little
Who's
handbag.
the attorney for Janelle Williams?
Mackenzie.
And counsel, you're on this side.
I'm sorry, it's me. I was trying to get people to stop looking at it, so I figured if I described it. Oh, this one dressed appropriately for
Are
court.
you rich?
It says rich.
Oh, I'm just reading the. Yes. Hey, think it and it will happen. You have to put it in the universe first.
Let's see where this one goes. This one looks interesting. Judge, kick everybody out so we can listen.
And I know
Too much
it's
noise.
the style. I don't know why it's the style that people think that wearing pajamas in public is the thing to do, but that's not allowed in this courtroom. You understand? So if you come back in this court again wearing pajamas, we're going to have issues. And I always say, it's like the commercial we used to watch when I was growing up, G.I. Joe. And at the end of G.I. Joe, they would always have a segment for children about what you should know. And they would end with the more you know. So the more you know, now you know that's not appropriate dress for court. And usually what's not appropriate dress for court is coming in with writing on shirts and everything. Because sometimes they say things that you don't want them to say. For example, if you were in child support court, you don't want a jersey that say rich, right? Because people would say, well, your child's not rich because they're not getting child support. I would always have to tell my clients all the time in child support court, why are you showing up in here with diamonds in your ears and gold chains? And they're telling that your child doesn't have their child support. Why do you have on Gucci and all this name brand stuff? Right? So no
Defense
pajamas,
lawyers, like,
no slides, no
told
flip flops.
him. I told
You
him.
understand? This is court. You're supposed to present yourself the way you want the public to see you, right? All right. So where are we on discovery?
Judge, I think that we should have everything. I received an offer from the state today.
Okay.
I plan on, we'll go over all the discovery with Mr. Williams and make sure that it's all there, and then we should be hopefully on the next court date prepared to.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, on Mr. Williams, set this in 3 weeks for a plea deadline date. How old are you? 19? All right, so I'm going to give you longer since you're only 19. Are you in school?
No,
Did you graduate?
yes, ma'am.
What are you doing with your life?
Work right now
Doing what?
at Amazon.
All right.
Amazon.
So you're planning to move up in Amazon, perhaps become a manager or whatever?
Yes, ma'am.
They have commercials about Amazon where you can actually earn a degree. Are you working on that?
Not yet. I do plan on getting into a trading school.
So what do you do at Amazon?
But just usual warehouse stuff, just moving boxes and loading trucks.
Okay.
It's a good job.
All right. Make sure my packages get on the truck
Yes.
and tell them don't just be throwing. Although I know they put them on a tight schedule, which I think is ridiculous. That's why you see people racing and throwing packages. They showed some video of, somebody sent me a video of a girl who was upset because she had to do Tetris in her truck to get everything fitted in. And she said, for the love of all that's holy, will people start ordering dogs, bagfuls of dog food because they're so heavy? She's like, just go to the store. This is heavy for me to lift. All right, Norma, 3 weeks plea deadline date.
Don't you have to do February 6th?
All right, February 6th is going to be your plea deadline date. Are you working on February 6th?
I'm not sure. Is it work Thursday through Sunday?
All right, let's see what February 6th is. February 6th is a Tuesday. All right. So don't be the person who's 90 years old and you're still doing the same thing at Amazon. And I say this because you're very young. Try to move up. All right?
Yes.
Because at some point in time, guess what? They're going to get rid of the people who are just loading boxes and they're going to let machines do it. If you go to Walmart, if you go to HEB, you have self-checkout. I never go to self-checkout because you know what I know? They're getting rid of the cashiers. That's what that self-checkout is. Nobody believed me when I was a young child. You know what else they used to have self-serve at the gas stations where people would pump your gas, check your wiper fluids, clean your windshield and do all of that? They don't have that anymore. Now you have to pump your own gas and they charge you more. All right. Good luck. Once you sign the reset form, you're excused. Okay. You're
No
welcome.
more
Bye-bye.
jammas. I want to see if he walks away. What was he wearing? What's the bottom half look like? Oh, he is. He's wearing pajamas. He's got pajama bottoms on. Dude just woke up and came
Who's
straight
here
to
on,
court.
Okay, I've already done.
What are the shoes? Can we see the shoes?
Yeah,
They're
that's
slides. I'm
Adriana
calling
Harrison?
Crocs or Nikes. Wow. Yeah. Mark that date when he comes back. He better be dressed appropriately.
All right, court is calling 2023 CR 9045W and 2022 CR 10906W, State of Texas versus Adriana Harrison. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
On Joe Nelson for the state.
Danny Callahan, defense.
Are you Miss Harrison?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we were here previously
got
and the
some artwork.
court informed both parties that I would not be accepting the plea bargain agreement. It's the court's understanding that you all have reached a new agreement. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. We're going to proceed first in cause number 2023 CR 9045W. Counsel, have you received all the discovery in that case and did you review it with your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Ms. Harrison, did you review the document entitled True Bill of Indictment with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
Yes, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
I wish they wouldn't
Ms.
wait. so
Harrison,
we
I'm
could
going to
hear
show
what
you
the
what's
charges
entitled
were.
court admonishments. Well, let me backtrack. Ms. Harrison, this case was not indicted, although I know the rights and waivers have been tendered to you. I'm going to go over those again. Do you understand you have a right to have the grand jury hear any evidence in this case?
Grand jury.
And make a decision on whether or not to indict?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by entering this plea, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand your attorney has certain rights, namely 2 days from the presentation from the information and 10 days from the presentation of the information to prepare for trial?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you review the information with your attorney and did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Is
And
your
counsel,
jaw
do you
wired
waive the
shut?
reading of the information?
Yes, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the information as presented? Going to show you what's entitled court admonishments and defendant's waivers and affidavit of admonitions. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Why are
Did
they
you
laughing?
understand you're charged with the offense of aggravated? I'm sorry, you all don't talk behind the court reporter. Right here, excuse me.
Sir.
Mr. Meadows. Mr. Meadows.
Thank you. Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe she has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against her?
I do, Your Honor.
Do you believe she's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Do, Your Honor.
Ms. Harrison, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter the plea?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that the defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived her right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
According to the plea, you're to be sentenced to 5 years in the prison. There's an affirmative finding of deadly weapon. There are no applications. The state will take in consideration 2023 CR 10983. Is it everyone's intention that this case, if I follow the agreement, is to run concurrent with the probation case?
Yes, yes,
Right.
Your Honor.
And then it will be concurrent with cause number 2022 CR 10906W. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
State?
Yes.
Showing you the waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, have there been any such motions?
Oh, Your Honor.
And also, is this a family violence case?
It is a family violence.
All right, did you understand if the court, from reading the stipulations or any evidence that's presented, if I determine that this is a family violence case, then I will enter an affirmative finding of family violence. Did you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you understand with an affirmative finding of family violence, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you understand with an affirmative finding of family violence, you're not allowed to be designated as primary custodial parent?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right, then to the offense as charged, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no
No
contest?
contest.
State any evidence?
State offer states exhibit 1 with attachments.
Any objections?
No
Oh,
objection.
sorry, Judge. No objections.
No, you're offering states exhibits 1 and attachments?
Yes, Judge. It's been a long day.
No problem. Any
No
objections?
objection,
All
Your Honor.
right. Ms. Harrison, I'm showing you what's entitled waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same.
It's reading time for the judge. Looking at a couple other courtrooms to see if we can jump to some. Let's see. Got the 36th district. Wow. It's just like a sea of plexiglass in this one.
All right, after reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there's sufficient evidence to find you guilty, and the court will find you guilty. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
Pursuant to our agreement, Your Honor, Ms. Harrison has a right to ask you to bend the plea agreement and give her, or rather reinstate her probation. And that support thereof in the PSI, it shows that
Yeah, I was looking at Detroit. Yes.
they say she didn't have a mental health or didn't take mental health treatment that she attempted suicide, but she did. I will make that correction. In her hand are 2 completions of self-rehabilitative efforts in the jail of family violence. But she has a right to ask that outside of the agreement of
Yes.
5 years. I asked the court to follow the agreement, but perhaps to consider taking both cases and putting her back on probation. Lastly, her mother's here in court in support you. That's a good sign because of her past. She still has not thrown in the towel for her daughter. Do you want to talk to the judge?
Yes, sir.
All right, you want to raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm always
you can
waiting
lower
for
your
somebody
hand,
to
state your name
slip
for
their
the
hand out
record.
of the handcuffs,
Ayden
raise their
Harrison.
hand, and then
All
put
right,
it back in.
defense.
May she make a narrative statement, Your Honor?
State, do you have any objections to the narrative?
No objection.
All right.
I just want to say I apologize for my action. I just want to say I apologize for my action on my behalf with my daughter. I owe her a deep apology for acting the way I acted. And let's just say sorry to you for ending backing up in front of you, Judge. And for you to please give me another chance.
All right, what's your daughter's name?
Ariana.
Okay.
Is that all? Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, anything from the state?
No, Judge.
All right. You want to explain that to me?
I'm trying to get my daughter back.
No, why do you have a knife in your hand?
Ooh.
Explaining this.
And how old is your daughter?
She just turned 2.
All right, so do you realize that your daughter remembers you with a knife in your hand?
Yes, ma'am.
You need to work on your anger issues because this isn't the first time that you've been to this court for anger issues. And I know your mom says, well, would probably say, oh, she needs help with her mental health or she needs help with her drug issues. That's what I was giving you when you were on probation for that. And you didn't take advantage of it. You just doing whatever you want to do. So I don't know where your anger issues stem from, but you need to get those under control because otherwise, you know what's going to end up happening? You're going to end up being a habitual. You know what that means in Texas?
Yes, ma'am.
That means if you pick up another felony, depending on the type of felony, your minimum is 25 years in prison.
Yes, ma'am.
And then if you go to prison for 25 years, when you come out, your child will be an adult. Hopefully your child will not be before a judge with a defense attorney saying, oh, my mom pulled out a knife when I was 2 years old and I was there to witness it and she was being violent to her girlfriend and she went to prison. So I didn't have anybody to raise me. That's what's called the cycle. And that's what ends up happening when you do these things.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. The court will follow your agreement,
Hold tight,
sentence you
hold
to 5 years in the prison. There's an affirmative.
Hello? Hello? Dang it. We had a
DYLANANGELES, and there's to be no unsupervised contact with minors. I'm going to show you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendants' Rights to Appeal. Could you pass that, please? Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Because it's a felony conviction and an affirmative finding of family violence, you're not allowed to own or possess weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand? All right, we're going to move on to 2022 CR 10906W. I'm going to show you what's entitled Motion to Enter Adjudication of Guilt and Revoke Community Supervision. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you the same Adriana Kisna Harrison who was placed on deferred adjudication in 2022 CR 10906W for the offense of continuous violence against family on November 5th, 2022 for a period of 5 years? Is that you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, state.
Violated number 1, on or about the 6th day of September 2023 in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant, Adriana Kisna Harrison, committed the offense of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon in violation of condition number 1.
How do you plead to that? True or not true?
The state waives and abandons all remaining alleged violations.
Any objections?
No objection.
the defense attorney's like, we want the
Did you understand by pleading true
Yeah,
to
she's getting
violation of
5 years.
condition number 1, the court could find it true, grant the motion, find you guilty, sentence you up to 10 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine?
Yes, ma'am.
Knowing that, do you still wish to plead true to violation of condition number 1?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find violation of condition number 1 true. Is there a proposed agreement?
Your Honor, we would ask that you revoke probation at this time, that the defendant be sentenced to 5 years in TDC, and that it run concurrent with her other aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, which you just sentenced.
All right, is that the agreement?
Yes, Your Honor, I ask. Pursuant to the agreement, she's permitted to ask you to ignore it and put her back on probation. Nothing further.
First,
All right.
going to ask for probation.
Are you asking the court to follow that agreement?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you waiving your right to appeal?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, then the court will follow your agreement. The court will grant the motion, find you guilty, revoke sentence you to 5 years in the prison, give you credit for any time served. There's an affirmative finding of family violence.
That means you can't own
There's to be no
weapons.
contact with, I think it's Taquidra, Taquuiedra Evans. There's to be no unsupervised contact with minors. And I'm sorry, what was the cause number for the other case? Does anybody know offhand? Yes.
2023 CR 9045W.
And it's to run concurrent with 2023 CR 9045W. Showing you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Because this is an affirmative finding of family violence and a conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we can go off the record. You're going to have to do better.
Here we go.
And obviously, you should not be in any relationship with anyone until you get your life together. And you should not be in a child's life until you get your life together, because children learn by what they see and what they hear. When you see a child who's using profanity and they're young, they didn't just like all of a sudden start using profanity. The people around them use profanity. And when you have a child who sees violence in their life, they start thinking that's the way you solve problems, by using violence. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Good luck to you.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. Christian Gomez.
5 years. Wow. Let's see. Who have we here?
Court is calling 2023 CR 0218, State of Texas versus Christian Eduardo Gomez. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Jason Garahan, Your Honor.
Defense?
A federal plea for the defendant, Christian Eduardo Gomez, Your Honor.
Are you Christian Eduardo Gomez? You're going to need to speak up.
Yes, ma'am.
Going to show you what's entitled Motion to Enter Adjudication of Guilt and Revoke Community Supervision. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you the same Christian Eduardo Gomez who was placed on deferred adjudication in 2023 CR 0218 for the offense of possession of a controlled substance, penalty group 1 gram to 4 grams, on March 28th, 2023 for a term of 3 years? Is that you?
Yes, ma'am.
State?
Yes, Your Honor. Violated condition number 20. On or about the first day of July 2023 in Bear County, Texas, the defendant, Christian Eduardo Gomez, did then and there contact Kayla Benavides in person in violation of condition number 20.
How do you plead to that? True or not true?
True.
We'll waive the remaining violated conditions, Your Honor.
Any objections to the waivers?
No objection, Your Honor.
Did
The
you understand
defendant
by
says no.
pleading true to violation of condition number 20, the court could find it true, grant the motion, find you guilty, sentence you up to 10 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine?
Yes, ma'am.
Knowing that, do you still wish to plead true to violation of condition number 20?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find violation of condition number 22. Is there a proposed agreement?
There is, Your Honor. It is to deny the motion to adjudicate, continue him on as deferred, and to have alter and amend his conditions to include SATIP with aftercare, and then upon release, extends to ISP caseload. And also reiterate that he is to have no contact with Kayla Benavides.
All right, is that the agreement?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
Probation?
That is the agreement, Your Honor.
All right, can you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth or nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can lower your hand. Why are you not doing well on probation?
I admit I did have a drug problem during the probation, and I didn't take advantage of that. But I was aware that I had to turn myself in, and I knew I was going to do that when I stopped reporting, ma'am. But unfortunately, I got put over with a friend before I was able to do that.
Oh, you know what? People are always intending to do things before life steps in.
Your Honor.
So you're pulled over
I
with a
violated
friend. So
probation and I
you're
was
telling the
gonna
court
turn
that you and your
myself in.
friend, at least your friend was driving you to the jail to turn yourself in, but you all got pulled over.
No, ma'am, that's not what I was saying. At that day, I was just heading home. My intention was to turn myself in after the New Year. I wanted to spend the New Year's with my family, but it didn't go that way.
Yeah. How old are you?
22 years old.
All right. I want you to hear me and hear me clearly. You are looking at going to prison for 10 years. Would you like to go to prison for 10 years? Then you had better start doing what's asked of you on probation. Otherwise, you're going to be in prison for 10 years. You know that orange outfit you're wearing? Does it have your name tag in it?
No, ma'am.
Yeah, somebody else had that on. I don't know if they're washing uniforms at the jail or not. I know they're not using Downy. I know they're just using detergent that says detergent on the box. And if you have an allergic reaction to that, that's on you. Somebody just sent me a video of roaches fighting. I don't know who won, but I mean, the bunch of roaches fighting. They send me video of no ceiling towel. Is that the way you want to live your life?
Of course not.
I have students that I teach in college. I always take them to a tour of the jail because I tell them if you want to be a defense attorney or prosecutor, you need to know where you're sending people. So we always go to the jail. They're astounded. I know that when you're at the jail and you need bathroom tissue to use, you have to ask for it. If they tell you 2 squares, like from Seinfeld, where Elaine was like, all I need is a square, that's all they give you, a square. And it's the same thing for the ladies. 2 squares, here you go. Me, I prefer the mint method where you just, that doesn't happen at the jail. So here's the thing. I'm going to deny the motion and you are to have no contact with Kayla Benavides. Who is she to you?
Next girlfriend.
All right. That relationship is over. How long have you known her?
5 years.
All right. So you've been alive on the planet longer than you've known her. So you cut her loose because she doesn't want you anymore. If you're around her, if you contact her, if you send her a birthday card or flowers or anything like that, a motion to revoke is going to be filed and you're looking at 10 years in prison. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, if I may,
Yes.
just to also reiterate, she was actually contacting him at times, so if you might want to admonish him on that also.
Here's the thing. If she calls you, don't answer. If she comes by your house, call the police. Say, I'm not supposed to have any contact with her. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Move on. Obviously, you all are not good together. That's why they want the non-contact order. I'll do a referral to felony drug court. That'll be first, followed by SATF with aftercare. So if felony drug court doesn't accept him, then he'll be going to SATF.
Yes, Your Honor, we will need a tap.
All right. And then we'll do a TAP evaluation. Is there anything else you need from the court to be successful?
No, ma'am.
All right. And just so you know, I had already put no contact with Kayla. So I've written it down twice. So if you come back before me with contact before Kayla, we're going to have some issues. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You better do better. I know you don't want to go to prison, but that can happen. All right. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm just taking the judge's advice, getting ready for lunch. We've got the MIT method. Probably need a couple more layers. Not Charmin, but apparently the judge is making recommendations about
Johnson,
about all sorts of stuff today. And the MIT method is going to be my next go-to. No more 2 squares for me. We're not going to conserve at all. I'm thinking it's actually quite warm.
And everyone, we're recessing at 12. And no, is it me or is it hot in here?
It's hot. It's hot. It's pretty warm. It's because of the mitt.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Deputy Laura, is it hot in here?
It's hot.
Thank you. Norma, you got to make me think
I think
I'm
I've got
having a
about
hot flash
30
and I'm not.
squares on mine.
You know, I'm in the twilight of my life.
But now I think it's not quite sufficient. I might need to do a
I'm
few
going to
more
send
wraps.
an email. Court is calling
Just did the mitt.
2023 CR 9442, State of Texas versus Issa. Is it pronounced Issa?
Isaiah.
Isa? Isaiah Johnson. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Hank Wilkins for the state, Your Honor.
Defense?
David Andre Woodard for Mr. Johnson.
All right. Counsel, have you received all the discovery? Did you review it with your client?
I can't get the mid off.
Court will
I
find that
wrapped
the
it
state
too
is in
tight around my
compliance with
wrist.
discovery. Mr. Johnson, I'm showing you what's entitled application for deferred adjudication. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it?
Okay.
Showing you what's entitled true bill of indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
We do, Judge.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented? Mr. Johnson, I'm showing you what's entitled court admonishments and defendant's waivers and affidavit of admonitions. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes.
Did you understand you're charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon? That's a second-degree felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 20 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand? Did you understand you have that if you entered into a plea bargaining agreement, court doesn't need to follow your plea? If for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand? Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent? Did you understand by entering this plea you were giving up those rights? And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case? Did you understand if the court were to grant your application for deferred adjudication, if for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked, the court could find you guilty, sentence you up to 20 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine?
Yes.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
He has, Judge.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
He does.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
He is, Judge.
Mr. Johnson, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter the plea? Anyone promised you anything other than the plea? Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented? Are you a U.S. citizen? Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? According to the plea, punishment is to be assessed at a cap of 8 years in the prison. The state is silent on your application. Did you understand that to be the plea? Defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
State?
Yes.
Showing you the waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Counsel, any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Then to the offense as charged, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
Contest.
State, any evidence?
Yes, Your Honor, I offer State's Exhibit 1 and the attachments.
Any objections?
No objections, Judge.
State, you may continue to confer. Showing you what's entitled wavering consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent? Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there'll be no live testimony? Did you understand? Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulation. Court will accept into evidence State's Exhibits 1 and attachments, and the court will review the same.
I'm going to try to bring in this audio so I can record it. Let me listen here.
10 years. Would you like to go to prison for 10 years? Then you had better start doing what's asked of you on probation. Otherwise, you're going to be in prison for 10 years. You know that orange outfit you're wearing? Does it have your name tag in it?
Okay, this is some good stuff. I'm going to get the whole bit. I'll grab
All right,
that on
after
the break.
reviewing State's Exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty. Court will defer finding of guilt as you've applied for deferred adjudication. Will we be needing a MIC evaluation?
Judge, I don't believe so.
All right. All right, then your hearing will be set for February 8th. I'm going to schedule PSI and TAP. At that time, I will make a decision on your application based upon any evidence that's presented to me. Do you understand? All right. Thank you.
Judge, did you say February 8th?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna grab those sound bites. I think I
So
prefer
I'll
the
take
Mitt
that one
method,
next.
and I saw two cockroaches fighting. I don't know who won. That's gonna be a sound bite.
Sure, if he's coming back, but tell him I'm taking the interpreter first. Mr., if the interpreter will come forward, Mr. Barons, your case, I'll take it after I finish with the case involving the interpreter. All right, if you all come forward, please. And it's Armando Regalado.
And so did you defend yourself?
No. It was just, 'cause I ain't get a chance to do nothing to him.
Court is
By the time I got
calling
off the ground, they was in the car.
2023 CR 7943, State of Texas versus Armando Regalado.
Miss
Could I have
Interpreter,
parties announced for the record?
you're
for
on the
state?
devil's shoulder, just so you know. Or no, that's the angel's shoulder. You're good. You're good.
Excuse me,
Yes.
y'all need to move to the other end if you want to talk in the box while we're on the record.
Sorry.
All right.
Okay,
Is that better?
so after
And are you
left the
Armando
location,
Regalado?
you said that you had to make a
All right. We have an interpreter here. If you could raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm you will faithfully translate from English into Spanish and Spanish into English, so help you God?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, you can lower your hand. Mr.
Sorry, I had weird
Saldana,
audio going on.
do you speak Spanish?
I do, Your Honor.
And do you speak it fluently?
I do.
And were you able to communicate with your client in Spanish?
I was.
And were you able to go over the entirety of the documents with your client in Spanish?
Yes, Your Honor.
My bad. I had another courtroom going in the background.
And did your attorney go over this with you in Spanish?
Yes.
All right. Counsel, have you received all the discovery and did you review it with your client?
I have, Your Honor.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery.
We're gonna have the two cockroaches fighting. I don't know who won. That's gonna be a sound bite. We'll get that put together.
Mr. Regalado, did you review the document entitled True Bill of Indictment with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
We do so well.
Did you review the document entitled Court Admonishments and Defendants Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes.
Did you understand you're charged with murder? That's a first-degree felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 5 to 99 years or life in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial? A right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and the right to remain silent.
Yes.
Did you understand by entering this plea, you were giving up those rights?
Yes.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
I do, Your Honor.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes to both, Your Honor.
Mr. Regalado, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter the plea?
No. No.
Anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No. No.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes.
Are you
I
a
like how
U.S.
she's-
citizen?
She translates no.
No.
Counsel, did you advise your client of the consequences of entering a plea in this case and its impact on his immigration status?
I did, Your Honor.
Did that advice include possible consequences such as deportation, exclusion into the United States, or denial of naturalization?
Yes, Your Honor.
And do you believe he understands the immigration consequences of entering into a plea bargain agreement in this case?
I do, and we specifically spoke about that.
Mr. Regalado, did your attorney explain to you the consequences of entering into a plea in this case and its impact on your immigration status?
Yes.
Did you understand that potentially you could be excluded from entry into the United States
Yes.
and the denial of naturalization
Yes.
and the denial of citizenship?
Yes.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. According to the plea bargaining agreement, punishment is to be assessed at 30 years in the prison. There's a $1,500 fine. No applications. You're not eligible for an application on murder. There's an affirmative finding of family violence. There's to be no contact with Francisco Nahara. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes.
Defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
State?
Judge, I believe it's the family of.
The family of Francisco Nahara. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. And did you review the waiver of appeal paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes.
Counselor, are there been any such motions?
No.
Then to the offenses charged, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State any evidence?
State offers exhibit one with the witness.
No.
Did you review the document entitled Waiving Consent to Stipulation of Testimony and Stipulations with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and the
defendant is
right to remain
54.
silent?
He's 54 years old.
Yes.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports? But most importantly, there'll be no live testimony. Did you understand?
Yes.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments. The court has reviewed the same. Court will find there's sufficient evidence to find you guilty, and the court will find you guilty. Off the record for a moment. Counsel, I realize that you have someone who's going to want to do impact.
That's correct, Judge. She's available tomorrow.
All right, so I can sentence him today and I can have him come back over tomorrow.
Yes.
Is everyone okay with that?
That's all right, Judge.
All right, so we'll recall him for tomorrow, Ms. Ferguson. All right, any objections to proceeding with sentencing?
No objection, Your Honor.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
Your Honor, we would just hope that you would follow the agreement that we have with the state.
All right. Court will sentence you to 30 years in the prison, give you credit for any time served. There's an affirmative finding of family violence, affirmative finding of deadly weapon. There's to be no contact with the family of Francisco Nahara. There's a $1,500 fine, time and money to run concurrently. And there's to be no entry into the U.S. unless legal.
Yes.
Did you review the document entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes.
Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right, thank you. All right, we'll go off the record. State, if there's no objection from the defense, if your witness would like to appear by Zoom instead of in person at the court, I know parking Is that a premium? They're more than welcome to do that if the defense has no objection.
Judge, but they prefer to be here to do it.
Okay, all right. And Norma, if you'll make sure there's a hold on him and we'll bring him over tomorrow. All right, thank you so much. Good seeing you.
My pleasure. May I be excused, Your Honor?
Yes. All right, Juan Carlos Olade. Court is calling 2023 CR 11027C, State of Texas versus Juan Carlos Olade. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Daniel Escobar for the state of Texas.
Defense?
Robert Barnes for Mr. Olaude on behalf of Ms. Green.
All right. Are you Mr. Olade? Do you have any objections to Mr. Barron standing in for Ms. Green? You need to speak up.
No.
All right, and I'm gonna need you to speak loud so the court reporter can hear. Can I have the staff, please? That's okay. Counsel, have you received all the discovery and did you review it with your client?
Yes, Judge.
Your Honor, this was the co-defendant from the case yesterday.
Two cases yesterday.
Yes.
Right. So
Thank you.
can I put that on the record?
Yes.
Your Honor, I spoke with defense counsel in the presence of the other defense counsel for the co-defendants in this case. There were several issues that came up that I could have looked into and I said I would look into. I still made an offer and all the defendants decided to take that offer.
Is that correct, counsel?
That is true, Judge.
All right, the court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. All right, and this is an application for deferred adjudication, is that correct?
Yes, Judge. Yes.
All right, for some reason, the court does not have that. Mr. Olade, are you applying for deferred adjudication?
So that?
Are you applying for a deferred adjudication? All right. Did you review the document entitled True Bill of Indictment with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment? State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
We are.
All right. Mr. Olade, you're charged with the offense of burglary of a building with intent to commit theft, showing you what's entitled court admonishments. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Did you understand that that offense is a state jail felony? Range of punishment is anywhere from 180 days up to 2 years in the state jail facility and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by entering this plea, you were giving up those rights?
Your Honor.
Did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes.
Did you understand if the court were to grant your application for deferred adjudication, if for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked, the court could find you guilty and sentence you up to 2 years in the state jail facility and up to a $10,000 fine?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
We've talked about some defense, Judge. He's been able to assist in his defense, but he's elected to take this proof.
All right. Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
I do. I believe he's competent to enter his plea.
All right. Do you believe he was sane at the time of the offense?
I do.
He's
Mr.
still
Olade,
signing
has
the
anyone
paperwork right
threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, Your Honor.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, Your Honor.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial, showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
According to the plea, there's a $400 fine. State recommends deferred adjudication. There's to be restitution to Andrew Fott. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes, Judge.
State?
Yes, sir.
Showing you the waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, are there any such motions?
No, Judge.
Outside the agreement, the state is requesting that your community supervision be for a term of 2 years. There be a TAP evaluation, 100 hours community service restitution, and CATS 1 and 2. Did you understand those are recommendations from the state and the court does not have to follow those recommendations?
Yes, Your Honor.
Then to the offense as charged, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
I'm Yes.
State any evidence?
State offer states exhibit 1 and all. No objection.
All right, you may continue to confer. Showing you what's entitled waiving consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand that? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state will call and the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments, and the court will review the same.
I'm seeing the conversation about Reddit.
After reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the
thought
court
the judge
will
would
find there
take
is
a little
sufficient
longer.
evidence
Hang
to
on.
find you guilty, and the court will find you guilty. Are we proceeding with sentencing?
Judge, we have an application.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. After reviewing states, it's been a long day, a long new year, and it's barely started. All right. The court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court will defer finding of guilt because you applied for deferred adjudication. Are you ready to proceed with sentencing?
We are, Judge.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
Mr. Olaude's only contact with the justice system before this was a DWI back in 2014, as opposed to the other defendant who I believe had some forms, a little more of a record. I understand the court had extended their probation term to 3 years as opposed to the recommended 2 years. I'd ask the court to consider sticking with the 2-year recommendation for Mr. Olaude.
All right. Mr. Olaude, are you planning on continuing your relationship with Lydia Maria Valdez?
Lydia?
Yes.
No.
Oh, she was here. Well, I mean, you were here in the box when she was here and she claimed you as her boyfriend. That was Sanchez?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you have no contact with her, with Lydia.
No, I don't know who's that.
All right. And you have no contact with Victor.
Victor, no.
Okay. All right. Are you employed?
Yes,
What do you do?
I do lawn service.
All right. Do you have any children?
No.
All right. Where are you going to be? Well, who will you be living with if you're released today?
With my boss.
All right. This is what the court will do. The court will sentence you to 3 years deferred adjudication, regular reporting by Zoom or in person, restitution to Andrew Fraud. Counsel, if you feel as though the restitution is inappropriate, we can have a hearing on it.
All right.
$500 fine to be probated, cats 1 and 2. There's to be no contact with the following: Lydia Maria Valdez, Victor Javier Escobar. There's to be proof of employment within 30 days. There's to be no employment as a home health care provider with minors. TAP evaluation out of custody. You're to follow the recommendations of TAP, accept probation. If they recommend inpatient treatment, we'll start with outpatient treatment to see how that goes. There's to be no unsupervised contact with minors. 100 hours of community service restitution. Field visits 1 time per month until TAP completion. And regular UAs. Probation, is there anything else he needs? Is there anything else you need from the court to be successful? All right.
Judge,
If you,
if I
yes,
may,
yes.
You said a $500 fine probated. I think the agreed fine was $400.
No, I said 400 probated.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Anything else you need from the court?
No, Your Honor.
If you complete everything successfully, your counsel can always come back and ask for early termination. Going to show you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, good luck to you. We can go off the record. Don't take what doesn't belong to you, okay? All right.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Quick
Paul
lesson.
Perez.
I was going to say, I saw what was on Reddit the other day. Yesterday, I said some nice things about Reddit and some of the skills a lot of people on Reddit have. Apparently, they didn't like that either, and so there were a lot of comments that weren't as nice about
I
our
need a
channel.
PSI
That's okay.
date
They
for
can
this,
feel that
please.
way. That's okay. Appreciate them sharing that in the way they chose to.
Oh, he is?
But
okay. Well,
let's see.
somebody stamped it as though he was not sent today. Okay.
We've seen the
no
Sarah
problem.
documents. We read them yesterday. The latest one, that was their application for
All right,
a
court is calling
psychiatrist.
2023
Expert.
CR 8695, State of Texas versus Paul Anthony Perez. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state? Defense?
Your Honor, good morning. Frankie Sandoval on behalf of Mr. Pettis.
Hello, Frankie.
And are you Mr. Perez?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you entered a plea of no contest on October 24th, 2023 to the offense of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. According to the plea bargaining agreement, punishment is to be assessed at a cap of 6 years in the prison. There's an affirmative finding of deadly weapon, and the state is silent on your application, and there's to be restitution. Have both parties had a chance to review the PSI report, state?
No, I haven't. Mr. Sandoval was here.
Okay, no problem. I think we only requested the TAP evaluation and criminal history.
Okay.
And so do you all have criminal history to tender to me? All right. If y'all need time to get that, I can call the next case. All right, no problem.
Your Honor, if I may.
Can we proceed without the criminal history?
And for efficiency purposes, Your Honor, although PSI was not done, the TAP evaluation was done, and there was a notation on there about him being slightly motivated for treatment. And in my discussions with Paul over the last 6 months, shortly after him just turning 18, being arrested for this,
he's just a kid.
He's well aware that his future is at a crossroads, that his entire life is at a crossroads, and that the activity with respect to substance abuse and his experimenting with that needs to change. That was not in and of itself the reason for what gave rise to this incident. Through no fault of his own, financial hardships led his family to living in a, for lack of a better term, a group home, which was a highly stressful situation. Mr. Pettis has reflected upon all this. As I said, he had just turned 18 upon his arrest. He's been in custody for 6 months, will not turn 19 for another 6 months.
So counsel, let's just wait until the state is ready to give me the criminal history.
She wants the full picture before.
Okay, well, I would just inform the court with respect to the slightly motivated portion of the TAP evaluation. Oftentimes it comes across as,
she's like, I said, wait.
The lack of motivation, where what's really intended is he doesn't want to be a problem to anyone.
All right.
All right. Thank you. We're still going to call the next case.
Thank you. Any objections to the court review?
No, Your Honor. In fact, we appreciate it and
Judicial dialogue, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
That's of an adult, and then he has some previous juvenile.
18
All
years
right,
old.
counsel, you may continue.
With assault with a
Your
deadly
Honor,
weapon. That's a serious
Mr.
situation
Pettis
he's in right
presents
now.
himself, and I say Mr., it really should be, as I said, at a young age, it should be Master Pettis, presents himself seeking a chance from this court. As an adult under the criminal justice system, he has not had an opportunity to prove himself, not to the court or to the state or to myself, but to himself and what he can accomplish, especially given the sword of Damocles which hangs over his head.
She's not going to like what he said.
If this court, in its ultimate wisdom, were to allow him community supervision and the opportunity to turn his life around. I was taken by the court's attention paid to another young man earlier today. as odd as this will sound, Your Honor, it may sound odd to everyone in this courtroom, but what I wouldn't give as a 58-year-old male to be in Mr. Pettis's position right now, even though he's in an orange jumpsuit and in handcuffs. He's 18 years old. He has his whole future ahead of him, and what I wouldn't give to be 18 again. And if if he only knew now what I know and what we and the judges far away from my advanced years, but what we now know, and it's given the totality of the circumstances of this young man's life. Society would not be harmed given the localized tension that gave rise to this event and him being given an opportunity. And if that opportunity also includes, we've discussed, Mr. Pettis and I, the necessity of some sort of substance abuse treatment, even inpatient, to begin the process to allow him to, again, not prove himself to this court or myself or Judge Garhan or anyone else, but to himself that this is not him. And it does not have to be him, nor does it need to define him. And Mr. Pettis presents himself to this court. Should the court have any inquiry, or should Judge Garhan have any inquiry of him?
All right. State, you're silent on the application, but according to the plea, it's a cap of 6 years.
And it's a cap of 6 years silent.
Oh, and you're silent on the cap as well?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. All right. Has anyone had any contact with the complainant?
He had some previous contact, Your Honor. There was up the.
All right. Anything you wish to say, Mr. Pettis?
I just want to say that I know what I did was wrong. I'm very sorry.
So can you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you can lower your hand, state your name for the record.
Paul Pettis.
All right, so what were you two arguing about?
We weren't arguing about nothing. I literally just got out the shower and he attacked me.
That's not what it says in the stipulations.
That's what it should say.
That's not what it says. Do you want a jury trial?
No, I don't.
All right, so according to the stipulations, it doesn't say you were outside and he attacked you. So you say you just got out the shower and that's when he attacked you. I need you to say yes or no.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So you just get out of the shower, and I'm assuming you're nude because I don't know anybody who showers with their clothes on normally. So you were showering with no clothes on. Am I to assume that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So immediately upon getting out of the shower, did you have a chance to grab a towel or anything of that nature?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So you grab a towel. Did you have a chance to wipe off with the towel, or did you just have it wrapped around your body?
I had a chance to dry myself.
So you dried yourself. Did you have a chance to put on clothing?
Yes, Your Honor.
So you put on your clothes. So when you say he immediately attacked you after you got out of the shower, did this happen in the bathroom or where the shower is, or no?
No, I got out the restroom.
All right. So you're in the restroom, and immediately when you walk out the restroom door, that's when you're saying he attacks you?
Yes, he said, "What's up, local?" And I said, "What's up?" And then I turned around and he already had his shirt off and attacked me.
So had you stepped out of the bathroom when he attacked you?
Yes, I did.
All right. So I'm assuming that your bathroom does not have knives. Did you have a knife in your pants?
I did not.
All right. So where does the knife come in? Because he got stabbed.
I'm not sure.
Well, I mean, it says you had a knife. So from the time you're saying he attacked you in the bathroom, you dry out, you come out, there are no knives in the bathroom. So where did you get the knife?
I think it was a knife. I think it was scissors.
All right. Okay. Is there anything else?
She's like, I'm done. I'm done.
Your
I'm
Honor,
trying here.
On behalf of Mr. Pettis, again, this living arrangement judge, due to the financial circumstances his family was going through, was very tension-filled. Whole bunch of folks living in and it's no excuse. As he said, he apologizes for his action. And listening to the court's dialogue with Mr. Pettis, for clarification purposes, I want to stress that Mr. Pettis is relaying these facts to a court with an 18-year-old's mindset in not seeking justification, Judge, but just seeking some path to the best outcome possible. I don't, and no deception. And this is from my 6 months of working with Mr. Pettis and having visits with him. He's always come across as very articulate, very polite, very courteous, and has helped me in structuring possible defenses. As the court may be aware, there was a time where Mr. Pettis came forth and explored the possibility of maybe seeking other counsel, and we worked through that. And so
the judge has finished all of today's
and
paperwork
I
while this
believe
attorney's
that
been
given
talking.
the opportunity, that path of maturation can continue.
All right, Mr. Pettis, I want to let you know that I listened to everything you said. I always reread everything and look at everything, and I'm taking in consideration your age. But according to the police report that I reviewed, the complainant got stabbed and it went through his lungs. Could have died, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
So I'm not going to grant your application. I'm going to find you guilty, but taking in consideration your age, I am going to sentence you to 4 years in the prison. The state will add a cap of 6 years. Give you credit for any time served. There's an affirmative finding of deadly weapon. There's to be no contact with Omar Morales Sastre, S-A-S-T-R-E. Going to show you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
And counsel, if you think it's appropriate, I'll request for him to be placed in the therapeutic community to address any mental health issues, if he has any, or drug issues.
Your Honor, any courtesies that can be extended by this court and its wisdom would be appreciated.
All right, and Mr. Pettis, you'll need to request the therapeutic community as well for them to even consider it. You understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we can go off the record. I realize that you're very young. I realize that going to prison or either going to the Bexar County Jail, any time that you do where you're not free is a lot of time, even 24 hours. But do not go to the prison and become institutionalized where you think that's the place to be. You can go there, you can get your GED, you can get a college degree, and they do not charge you for it. You understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, good luck to you, okay?
Okay,
Thank you, Your Honor. And for the record, he does get credit for all the time he served.
Yes.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
Okay, so that did seem a little harsh.
I'm going to take up the last cases that I have here. Then everybody else, you're going to have to come back in the afternoon. Cristobal Miranda, and I'm trying to help the deputies out so they won't have to bring people back. Court is calling 2023 CR 5938, State of Texas versus Cristobal Miranda. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Hank Wilkins for the state, Your Honor.
Defense?
Rose for the defendant.
Are you Cristobal Miranda?
Yes, ma'am.
Showing you what's entitled Motion to Enter Adjudication of Guilt and Revoke Community Supervision. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes.
Are you the same Cristobal Miguel Miranda who was placed on deferred adjudication in 2023 CR 5938 for the offense of possession of a controlled substance, penalty group 1, less than 1 gram, on August 17, 2023 for a period of 2 years? Is that you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, state.
Violated condition number 1. On or about the 5th day of November 2023 in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant, Cristobal Miguel Miranda, committed the offense of criminal trespass in violation of condition number 1.
How do you plead to that? True or not true?
True. Violated condition number 4. In Bexar County, Texas, the defendant, Cristobal Miguel Miranda, did then and there fail to report to the supervision officer as directed for the months of September and October of 2023 in violation of condition number 4.
How do you plead to that? True or not true?
Your Honor, we waive the other violations alleged in the motion.
Any objection?
No objection.
Did you understand by pleading true to violations 1 and 4, the court could find it true, grant the motion, find you guilty, sentence you up to 2 years in the state jail facility and up to $10,000 fine?
Yes, ma'am.
Knowing that, do you still wish to plead true to violations 1 and 4?
Yes.
Court will find 1 and 4 true. Is there a proposed agreement?
There is, Your Honor. We're asking that you deny the motion, continue the defendant on probation with probation's recommendations, which are that the defendant attend DDRF inpatient treatment with monthly UAs upon release. The state is going to take into consideration County Court cause number CC 720-868. That's in County Court 9. And also that the defendant have no contact with the Pizza Hut at 1820
bingo.
South General McCollum
Pizza
Drive.
Hut.
All right, is that the agreement?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
All right. Probation, is this your recommendation?
Yes, Your Honor. His stop was recently done while in custody. It's the top recommendation.
All right, court will deny the motion, extend for 2 years. Transfer to DDRF. Take in consideration County Court cause number 720-868. There should be no contact with Pizza Hut. So if you want pizza, you'll have to make it yourself or either do Domino's or somewhere else, okay?
Man, that's the worst part of the sentence right there. No Pizza Hut.
All right, probation, is there anything else? Is there anything else you need from the court to be successful? All right, good luck to you.
Okay. All right. Before we go to lunch, I'm gonna cut out from Judge Boyd right here really quickly. Before we go to lunch, let me do this. A couple of people were asking about how to do research on court cases, and really it starts with Google. And here's what I'd suggest: if there's a story you've heard, a news story, start with the article. Find that news story. See if you can get the defendant's name. Oftentimes, it will have the defendant's name, who they were that was arrested, and it may have the county they were arrested in. So you start with the defendant's name and the county they were arrested in, and then you search for that county, that sheriff's department online, and you look for court records with that person's name. It might be the court clerk. It might be the sheriff's department. The jail might have some records. There are a couple different places you can go to find those cases. And once you find any information, the important part is saving it. So if you find a piece of information, say you have the defendant's name, the person who was arrested, and you go to the jail records, and you have their picture. Save their picture. Save the charge they're charged with, and save the case number that's filed. And they might have a court date. And then you go to the court docket for that county, and you find that court case, and you search for that court case and look up for any information you could find there. That court docket might have the charges, the initial. It might have search warrant information. It might have court case information. It'll have attorney's information, the court schedule, and you can just sort of expand from there and just save all the information in one place. Or you can just go to Discord, where the gavel drops, and look up these things. But if you're looking for a case that they don't have or want something that just happened, that's a great way to do this. Any chance we can watch the arraignment and follow this case? Let's see, what case is that? Somebody just sent me one. 5th District Court, St. George. Who is this? Hang on one second. Daniel Montana Rivera. State of Texas versus Daniel Rivera. Let me look at that one. See if I can do some research on that one as well. Texas sometimes is open, sometimes is not. Depends on the county. Obviously, Bexar County is an easy one to get access to. Or you could watch this every day, and we'll do the research for you. That happens as well. Thank you, PNW. Appreciate you being here, my friend. So there's a lot of ways, and unfortunately, I wish that there was an easy answer. I wish I could make a little spreadsheet that you could just check box from here to here to here. Every state is like its own little country. And every state has its own laws and different ways of handling things. And every state also has its own rules when it comes to courtrooms. And every courtroom has its own rules within each state and within each county. So there's a lot of differences as you drill down. You're going to find that some states are very wide open and willing to give you all sorts of information, mostly for free, and other states will charge you per page of information, and you almost have to drag it out of them to let you buy the copies, and everywhere in between. Some states are open with the media access, and it can be as simple as just calling the court and saying, "Hey, I'd like to be there to get media access," and they say, "Sure, come on down." Bexar County is one of those. They're like, "Don't even call us. We're open. Just bring your camera, set it up in court. It's good." Other states will, like, let's say Sarah Boone's situation in Orange County, Florida. The court that she was at, Judge Wooten's court, who I believe it's in another judge now, so it might be a little better. But he was saying, I'm only going to grant media access to media agencies that have a print publication that has a independent editor and has been following this story for at least 6 months. Seriously, they put these sort of restrictions in place, and other places, will just say, you just need to sign on the line and read the rules and swear to abide by them, and then you're good to go. So it varies per case, depending on where you're at. And I would just say, if you find a case that you think would be interesting for the community, realize it's, not every case is right for us to follow, even though there are some interesting cases out there. We're not going to follow cases that have really heavy political issues in them. Those are just hard for an online community to handle. Honestly, there's some deeply held beliefs that pit people against each other, so we're probably not going to follow that. But if there's a case you're interested in that you've found, that you've done some research on, if you can send me some information on it, I'll do the research on my side to see if we can gain access to the court as approved media pool, or possibly the approved cameraman in the courtroom, and we may be able to bring you that court case on this channel. So hopefully that helps. If you have any questions, always, my burner phone is open. So the burn phone number, 801-513-1160, goes right to me. Send me a text message. Let's see. Use the bathroom. Went for the food method, or the MIT method. Or the food method as opposed to the MIT method, favored by the judge. What is the food method? I hesitate to ask. That might be too much. The fold method. Okay. Oh my goodness. I'm like, what food do you use instead of the MIT? I have my MIT right here. We're gonna do a full. No, we're not. We're not. I'm going to rewind that onto the roll. All right. I feel like this needs to be its own little tutorial video. We might do one of those if I can put one together. Let's see. Anything else? We're a little late for lunch. I have to say that. On lunch, I've got Judge Boyd queued up. We're going to get some recordings. I'm not sure if I'll have them ready for this afternoon, but we are going to get some broccoli. That's what I envisioned. Broccoli. I mean, it wasn't going to be frozen peas and carrots. So Anyway, thank you, Julie, for that visual. We appreciate that. We're going to go to lunch. We're going to come back after lunch and continue a little bit of court hopping. We might have a couple other things to discuss in other trials. I realize there have been documents just recently that dropped in the Sarah Boone case. We've covered that. We have the big incident that happened in Las Vegas with the judge getting attacked. We've covered that briefly. The lawyer, covered that more in depth this afternoon. So if you missed that, I highly recommend you go check that out. We have new filings in the Maya case. They appear to be mostly redacted, so we're not sure what they are. Mostly exhibits. I don't see anything as far as motions that we need to cover directly. Let's see. Mr. Farag up in Thurston County appears to still be out on the lam, so we don't know when that case is going to move forward. Those cases are going to move forward. And I think that's our updates. Sarah Boone is most likely going to be delayed because their request for a psychiatrist, an expert psychiatrist, also an expert juror selector, a juror interrogator. I don't know. She has a million different degrees behind her name and letters behind her name, and they want to use her for everything. And so if they get that approved, that's going to almost definitely push this case out beyond the January 29th, which is the current start date. Let's see. A busy day. Can someone give you Jules' TikTok? Jules' TikTok is blind gossip. Blind_gossip, I believe. Melissa. And if you do this in the command, there it is. There's the link to Jules' TikTok. It's 5 a.m. here, so I'm just supposed to amuse myself until you get back. Yes, I suggest making mitts for future use. You never can be too prepared for when the moment strikes. Having some spare mitts available would probably help out. So make some mitts during the lunch break, or we'll anyway. I've got to check on my kids, see how my son's doing with my adult son is leading the homeschool today, so we'll see how that's going. And I know they've got a science project they want to do that is a bit messy, so I'm going to be on cleanup crew for that one. After lunch, we're still going to probably be doing a little bit of court hopping, and it's probably going to be an early out day today as we're still getting set for our next big trial that we're going to be following. I don't have any announcements to make yet. Obviously, if you have some suggestions, it's not too late to get those in. Let's see. Michelle. Yes, it is a flip slide that my son has beaten, and he's beaten it like 15 times now. And he's so thrilled. He comes in every time he beats it. It's like, I beat it again. I beat it again. He tells me, knocks on the door, hey, I beat it again. He beat the game. He's 8 years old. The name of the toy on Amazon. I'll send you a link, actually, really quickly. Let me put it up. It is it's a fun little toy. Flip slide. There we go. And it's one of those under $20 toys. I purchased this twice, by the way. I think that's funny. Copy and paste. Okay, there's the link, the flip slide on Amazon. I will say that is an affiliate link, which means it doesn't cost you any extra, but if you do choose to click on the link and then buy something from Amazon, Amazon does give me a small token amount back as a thank you for referring somebody to them. So thank you very much if you choose to do that. And that works actually if you click that link and then buy anything on Amazon. Amazon will say thank you to me that way. So even if you're not interested in the flip side, if you want to make a purchase on Amazon, I'd appreciate you using that link. All right, they make reusable toilet. Oh, don't even go there, Rudy. No, not going to do this. Not going to go there. All right, we're going to break for lunch. Thank you to all of you. It's been wonderful this morning. What's the age range? The toy says, I think it says, let's see, ages 8 and up. He's 8 years old and he's mastered the thing. It's impressive. He moves it faster than I can even watch the lights appear. But it is a fun toy. It's a fun toy. 15-year-old thought it looked cool. They are cool. It's fun, and it has some modes where you can play with a friend and you pass it back and forth like a hot potato type scenario where it gets closer and closer and the beeping goes faster and faster, and eventually somebody gets out because it beeps on them. Anyway, tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again this afternoon. Give me an hour. Just come back at 2:15 and see if anything really exciting has happened that we need to cover. Otherwise, we might have an early out. We might do a little court hopping. I'll try to get back to some of these messages. I've got a lot of messages here to address on the burner phone. Thank you all. We are coming back. Give me about an hour. Is that all right? TP is something that just can't be reused. Anna, I believe you are absolutely correct on this one. 100%. All right. Thank you, guys. It's been fun this morning. We'll see you this afternoon. Bye.
When are we going to break